We want to make it clear that solar really is for everybody.
I'd like to call to order the November 3rd, 2021 public hearing for the City of Tampa's Architectural Review Commission to order, and like to welcome everyone here tonight. I am Susan Klaus-Smith. I am acting as the chair for the commission this evening. If you are here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: the site plan, elevations, architectural details, and wall sections. The staff will then present their report, and then the commission will ask for public comment. Following your presentation and the public comment period, the commissioners will begin asking questions in the same orders as your presentation. Please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments, because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed, and the only comments which will be allowed after the public hearing is closed will be in response to any questions from the commissioners. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on the City Ordinance, Chapter 27 of the City Zoning Code, the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, Historic Preservation Development Review, or HPDRC comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing today. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owners, agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. Now, if you haven't already done so, please silence your cell phones, and I will ask my fellow commissioners to introduce themselves, starting with my left.
Shauna Boyd, interior designer.
Brent Taylor, building contractor.
Stephen Sutton, registered architect. I also hold the architectural historian chair.
And again, I'm Susan Klaus Smith. I'm an architect. I hold the vice chair, and I'm acting as the chair tonight. In addition to the commissioners tonight, we also have staff with us tonight, including attorney Kamaria Pettis-Mackel, Dennis Fernandez, Ron Vila, and Beverly Jusak.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Will the Commissioners please state whether or not they have any conflicts of interest regarding any of the items that are listed on the agenda?
I have none.
Thank you. Additionally, will the Commissioners state on the record whether or not they've had any ex parte communications regarding any of the items that are on the agenda?
I have none.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architectural Review and Historic Preservation Manager. We have no continuations for you to act upon this evening, so we can move on to the swear-in. So anyone in the audience who's going to be providing testimony or wishes to participate in public comment, please stand and raise your right hand for the swear-in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will be providing this evening is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. And with that, we're ready for our first case, and Mr. Vila will introduce the case.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. The first two cases reflected on tonight's agenda are connected, so we're going to open those together. So the first one that's on the agenda is ARC 21-442/REZ 21-86. This is for the address, or there's multiple addresses, 1701 North Florida Avenue, 202 East 7th Avenue, 1802 to 1808 North Morgan Street, and 209 East Oak Avenue. Associated with that parcel in question, you have some vacant structures, you have some vacant parcels, you have two non-contributing structures. One dates back to 1955, one dates back to 1984. And then you have one contributing structure, and that's on the corner of 1808 North Morgan, and that was constructed in 1915. As part of the request this evening, I believe the agent's going to go through that. There is a second item that's going to come in December with the relocation of that contributing structure. The current zoning is RM24 and CI, and they're requesting a PD. Associated with the request this evening, on page 3 of your staff report, the waivers are listed. There are 8 waivers associated with the request, so you could follow along the presentation. The second part of the request that we're going to open together is ARC 21-450/VAC, which is a vacating 21-09. This is tied to the address of 1701 North Florida Avenue. This is coming forward for a recommendation for a vacating of an alley. I'd like to quickly go through the photo presentation at this time. On the monitor, you have the property in question, which is highlighted in the green parcel. The surrounding streets are, to the north you have Oak, to the west you have Florida Avenue, to the south you have 7th Avenue, and then you have Morgan to the east. You see the alley that's associated. It's a T alley that was present in 1929, and this is the Sanborn map that we're using, and is still present today. This is the only contributing structure that's located, as I alluded to in the introduction, and just to give you a little history that this is going to be relocated. Over here is the request, so it's jumping Morgan to the east. This is our vicinity map. The boundaries of the local district are indicated in the red. You see on the bottom, this is on the southwest quadrant of the vicinity map, which is indicated here. This is an aerial. This red dot is the perspective that I'm going to show you, and I'm going to walk you around the whole parcel, showing you kind of the different shots as you look into the property in question. So we're standing here on Florida Avenue. There's a marker here that says Tampa Heights. That's not historic. About 2000 is this request came to our board and we approved it at this location. Looking at some of the vacant site off of Florida Avenue. Moving down Florida Avenue to the north. Now looking at Florida and Oak. Just looking back into the site, some of it's paved. They used it for parking over the years, and just some is overgrown. This is some of the vacant parcel that I spoke about. And some more. And now we're approaching the contributing structure on the corner of Oak and Morgan, which is this structure. So that structure sits on the corner of Oak and Morgan as I spoke. Now we're here again at that corner, working our way down Morgan, looking at some of the curb cuts on the corner of Morgan and 7th Avenue. Have some non-contributing structures here and here. And this, once again, this is where we started. So this is Florida Avenue, and this is 7th Avenue. Now we're going to look at the alleys that are within the parcel. We're looking here. There's an alley that runs north and south. We're going to look at the condition of the alley, starting at 7th Avenue. There's some historic fabric that's left behind here with some granite curbing. Moving interior of that alley, just looking at the condition. I believe it's a 10-foot alley. And to conclude, now we're looking at the alley that runs east and west, starting on Morgan. There's a remnants of some of an apron of brick, and then as it enters the site, and this is where the alley's T at. To conclude, just a couple shots looking down Florida Avenue. Want to just show the pitch of Florida Avenue. There's a fall. As you go to the north, it increases, and then as you look to the south, there's the fall. So that concludes the photo presentation. At this time, we'll have the agent address the board.
No, that was from a actually presentation last week. It was on the thumb drive they had. You guys have the thumb drive. Yeah, that's it. There we go. That's there. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive, and I'm a partner with the law firm Gardner Brewer, and I'm honored to be here this evening on behalf of the applicant. If we could bring that PowerPoint back up. There we go. I want to thank Ron for that presentation. We're, again, here for a recommendation on a PD rezoning and for a right-of-way vacating. There's actually 2 agenda items. So while we have a total of 60 minutes for our presentation, out of respect for your time and our fellow travelers on this evening's agenda, we're going to try to stay well below that 60-minute allotment. I'd like to first introduce the project team who's here with us this evening. This project's a joint development of Mayfly Development and Loci Capital. Matt Durbin with Mayfly is here, as well as Pat and Chalura with Loci Capital. Our project civil engineer is Kimley Horn. Scott Gilner is here and will be able to answer any questions you might have. Our arborist is Dark Moss, and Ricky Paterica is here this evening. And on the architecture front, this project's been a collaboration of Saul Fleischman and Fleischman Garcia, who's the consulting design architect, as well as Humphreys and Partners. So I'm going to give a brief overview of what exactly the zoning is proposing and why the right-of-way vacating is necessary to achieve that, as well as go into some detail about the waivers from the Land Development Code that are necessary to accommodate that project that we're proposing. Then Patton's going to talk a little bit about some community outreach in Tampa Heights and I think why they are so excited about this project. And finally, Matt Durbin and Saul are going to cover some of the architectural context that went into this project design. So again, we are not here for any design approvals. This is not a certificate of appropriateness hearing. We will come back in hopefully early 2022 after City Council approval of the PD and right-of-way vacating. So we are just here to seek your approval in anticipation of a December 9th City Council hearing for that PD rezoning and right-of-way vacating. So I think Ron summed this up real nicely. This is a full city block. This project comprises a full city block. It's it's fully within the Tampa Heights Historic District. It's also in the Tampa Heights Urban Village. In the CBD periphery of the comprehensive plan. It's just under 2.5 acres. There's two things that bear mentioning about some lots that are within this site. The first is that, as Ron alluded to, there is a proposed relocation that's going to be before you as a certificate of appropriateness to relocate a contributing structure that's currently located at the northeast corner of the property or the southwest corner of Morgan and Oak. The plan is to move that directly east, so it would go from being at the southwest corner of that intersection to the southeast corner of that intersection. Obviously, that application is not before you this evening, but that is something that obviously we certainly considered as part of this design, that contributing structure would be relocated. Another item to note is that there's actually 2 parcels of city-owned property within this assemblage. My client, the developer, controls the remainder of the site, but the 2 city lots, after pretty extensive negotiations with the city council approved a land sale agreement where in consideration of $500,000 in the purchase price and 16 workforce housing units being set aside in our project, we will obtain title to those properties after this PD, contingent upon this PD being approved. The right-of-way vacating, which Ron touched on, I think is probably the most straightforward component of this presentation. This is a T-shaped alley. It's not really compatible with any sort of whole block redevelopment configuration. It's really more a relic, certainly, of the original plat subdivision. Historic Preservation staff recommends approval. We did not receive any objections at all. Certainly no material objections from any utility providers. And again, to touch on the density point, we believe that chopped up layout of this block is really inconsistent with the R83 high density comprehensive plan designation that the portions of this site that are east of the north running alley have. So let's jump into the PD and what we're proposing. We're proposing an overall 8-story building, including parking, mixed-use building with 11,000 square feet of ground floor retail and 321 dwelling units. That's just a touch under the maximum amount of density and intensity that could be proposed under the existing comprehensive plan categories. Just to note, we're not proposing any comprehensive plan map amendments. The unit mix is fairly standard for what you're seeing right now in this area. It's predominantly a 1-2 bedroom product with a little over a handful of some 3-bedroom units and just under 50 efficiencies. And there are a total of 517 parking spaces that are internal to the building, which isn't quite as much as the code requires, and I'll touch on that in the waiver portion in just a second. Matt and Saul are going to go a little bit more detail certainly about the program. You're looking up is north, certainly on the left side you've got Florida Avenue. The activation zones are along Florida Avenue, where, as I'll talk about in a second, there's going to be eventually an extension of the Tampa streetcar. The activation on the northwestern corner of the site is likely to be a program tenant amenity. On the southwestern corner of the site is going to be the 11,000 square foot retail bay. Access is interior at the north and south central portions, and loading just to the right, just to the east of the northern access. There's 2 neighborhood amenities I want to touch on. The first is the Pocket Park. This is generally located in the vicinity of where the current contributing structure is. This is not a private tenant amenity. This will be open to the public either through an easement granted to the city of Tampa for the benefit of the public or by a dedication. The rendering you see on screen, if you can see it when I don't talk and the closed captioning is in the way, is really just for illustration only. This will be part of the certificate of appropriateness that we come back to you with. So that rendering is really just illustrative. Perhaps more impactfully is the streetcar. History doesn't always repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And if you look at that central illustration on screen, that's what this area used to look like. This site was really sandwiched in with a variety of streetcar lines. There is a proposal, and I think it's more than just a proposal, as it has some sort of funding behind it, to extend the Tampa streetcar. We would actually have a streetcar stop right in front of the site to the west. So we are going to dedicate 10 feet of the 10 western feet of this property to the city in order for that streetcar station to come to life eventually. So our waivers, we have 8, and they come within 3 categories: parking and access, loading, trees. I'm going to cover parking and access and loading. Ricky Paterica, certified arborist, is going to touch on trees. I think obviously we are seeking these waivers in connection with the PD rezoning, but you all have variance authority that you routinely exercise in connections with certificates of appropriateness, especially having done city plan work in Hyde Park. I don't think any of these waiver requests are going to look unfamiliar to you. Before we dive into the specific ones, I'd like to show you some kind of context about this property. So this is in Tampa Heights, which is the first neighborhood north of the Central Business District. I-275 is the dividing line. On the left, you'll see a zoning map. That sort of garnet color to the south is the CBD. In the CBD, you have essentially unlimited FAR, subject only to the FAA's height permits that you can obtain. Parking is reduced, tree preservation is reduced, and while loading isn't reduced per se in the Central Business District, in the West Shore Overlay District, as an example, another very high density, mixed use portion of the city, the maximum loading berth you're ever going to have is 1. And so I do think that is important context given how close this site is to the Central Business District and how we're trying to transition out of the most intense and dense portions of the Central Business District into what is obviously a historic district. The middle illustration is the SSD assessment map. That's the Special Services District, which the Tampa Downtown Partnership implements. So I think it's just noteworthy that this is a part of downtown that's not zoned for downtown, but in some ways it does quack like downtown and walk like downtown, and that's, I think, something that bears consideration as you all review these proposed waivers. Finally, on the right is the CBD periphery. The site is within the comprehensive plan CBD periphery bonus area, which allows residential and mixed-use projects to double their proposed density and intensity, which is what we're using to program the site as we're proposing. Parking. First is a reduction in the number of spaces, something that I think you all have seen with some regularity here in the ARC. The second is a drive aisle reduction, which we're presenting that in the interest of full transparency. I think it's possible that waiver might not be needed, but we want to explain that we're asking for that to better right-size the circulation patterns within the parking garage. As far as the parking reduction goes, if this site were just 3 blocks to the south, the total number of spaces would be required to be about 296 for the residential. It's not quite double that because we're just 3 blocks north in Tampa Heights, but it's significantly more. 132 of those spaces of the 593 that we're required to have are for retail and for residential guest spaces. We think that a significant amount of the retail traffic here is going to be from within a walkable vicinity, given the proliferation of multifamily in this area, including some of the projects you're going to see here later on this evening. And on the residential guest space requirement, this we think really kind of grew out of a townhome centered requirement that for a project like this to have dozens and dozens of parking spaces allocated solely to guests, we believe is an inefficient use of space. Parking at its core is real estate, and sometimes it's a poor use of real estate, and so we believe that 517 parking spaces are more than adequate to service this development, based particularly on the developer's experience with a similar product type. Access, this one's pretty easy. We need a waiver to obtain commercial access to a local street. To our west, we have Florida Avenue. That's the only non-local street that borders this property. We can't have access to Florida Avenue because there's going to be a streetcar running alongside of it. So as a result, the commercial vehicular traffic to the site has to go on Oak and 7th to the north and south. There is simply no way to accommodate vehicular ingress or egress through through Florida Avenue, given, first of all, FDOT wouldn't let us do it. They've done their best to close up Florida Avenue curb cuts that happen to the Salvation Army just south of this property. And it's simply an absolute must-have. I'm happy to answer any questions on that one. On loading, this is another waiver that I think this commission, the Bar Review Commission, does see with some frequency. Based on the square footage of the building, the requirements that we have 4 loading berths. What we are providing is 1 compliant loading berth that's 12 by 60. However, just west of that, adjoining that compliant loading berth, is a pretty significant area that a box truck could more than easily use to load. This isn't a student housing complex where everyone moves in at once. We believe that the 1 loading berth is more than adequate to serve the residential population as well as the occasional retail deliveries that might happen. The continuous waiver, the continuous maneuver waiver number 2 on screen, I think is probably becoming one of the more common waivers presented in the city of Tampa. This isn't the fairgrounds parking lot where trucks can just freely maneuver without some measure of 3-point turns or backing up. In a tight, compact, urban environment like this, it's simply not possible to orient the site in a way that would allow loading to happen in 1 continuous maneuver. And if we did design it to accommodate that, I don't think you all would probably like what the end product resulted in. So we think that's justified really by the tightness of the site. The reduction is justified by the utilization and the fact that, again, the opportunity cost of 4 loading spaces is pretty dire on a site that's as tight as this is. In the continuous maneuver, we believe that there's no injury to any third parties that's going to result from the granting of that waiver. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Ricky Padarica, our arborist, to talk a little bit about the tree waivers.
Thank you. I need to be sworn. I do. Thank you. Ricky Padarica, Dark Moss, 308 East 7th Avenue. I've been sworn. I forgot the PowerPoint. Back up.
It's already up to start.
Oh, okay, sorry. So there are 3 tree waivers that are being requested and associated with this application. There is a removal of a non-hazardous, 1 non-hazardous grand tree, live oak, relatively in the center of the property. There's a reduction in the required minimum retention percentage from 50% to 0%, and a waiver to contribute remaining mitigation contribution inches for trees that can't be replanted on site into the applicable planning district tree fund. The justification for the minimum retention percentage relief is, as Tyler mentioned, we're in a transitional area of high density, high residential density per the comp plan. The Special Services District for downtown and the CBD periphery as noted in the comp plan. And with this building typology in this high density area, it restricts or constrains the ability to preserve trees that where normally perimeter trees may be able to be preserved. We're trying to create activated right-of-way edges. And for the grand tree, it being located so interior to the property and specifically in conflict with the footprint of the parking garage, preservation of that tree would result in the reduction of 12 residential units, and it would, due to the circulation of the parking garage, would result in the garage being converted into a surface lot and reducing the area by approximately, or the parking yield by approximately 500 spaces. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ricky. Now, Pat and Tiller is going to weigh in a little bit about how the developer found this project and some more on their background.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Tiller. I represent Lopec Capital. We are a Tampa-based private equity firm, and we're co-developers in the capital behind the project. I'm a 4th generation Tampanian. I live about a mile from the site, and probably for the past 5 years, I've driven by the site at least once, maybe twice a day. So I'm pretty familiar. As a Tampanian, I've watched the Tampa Heights submarket flourish over the past 10 to 15 years. From originally the addition of the Riverwalk and Ulele and Waterworks Park to everything the Soho Capital guys have done. Tampa Heights has become truly like one of the most happening places to live in the Tampa Bay area. It's brought an incredible amount of residents, businesses, and like-minded individuals to the area. This organic growth is what really has attracted my company and Matt's company to want to develop in the area. As far as my particular role in this deal, I was largely responsible for sourcing the land. The land was sourced from 4 separate property owners, one of which was the City of Tampa, who has been extremely supportive throughout the entire process and are excited to see this development hopefully go through. As far as additional support for the project, we got a long list of people, individuals, business owners. We have property owners like the Accardis, Paul Weekly, and Mike Cass. We've got developers like the Soho Capital guys who are excited about seeing development move east of Florida and Tampa avenues. We have Robert Covington, who's developing the Victorian-style townhouses immediately to the east of our property. We have the Salvation Army, who, I'm not sure if they arrived today, but they're going to be here for additional support for whatever other hearings we need. As far as local businesses, restaurants, bars, everyone we've talked to has been ecstatic about the project. Groups like Richard Gonsmart of the Columbia, King State, Cathedral Cigars, Hidden Springs, Magnanimous Brewery, Hawkers, pretty much everything along North Florida. Everyone's been a proponent of the project. And then of course the Civic Association, we presented to them 3, 4, 5 times. We're going to present to them again here in about a week and a half, and hope to have some level of support from them. And then, so we're very excited about the project. We're excited to work with you guys on putting together something that we can all be proud of, and we'd love your support.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matt Durbin. I'm with Mayfly Development. Obviously, one of Patton's partners as we move forward with this, hopefully this project. I share Patton's enthusiasm, obviously not just for Tampa, but for this area and Tampa specifically. We're seeing a lot of activity, and we're excited to hopefully be a part of that and continue to bring really solid, good architecture to some of the best markets in the U.S., if not the best. So I have a few slides here. Do I need to do anything for? I go old school. I don't have the PowerPoint.
It's already ready.
Oh. Beautiful. So it hit on a little bit more.
It hasn't switched yet. If we could have a moment, it needs to switch. Thank you. We're good now. Thank you.
Thank you. So wanted to highlight a little bit specifically about the programming, a little bit about obviously our setbacks, our massing, height and width, some of the guidelines obviously that are out there and how we're complying with that. And then obviously Saul will jump in and provide all of the feedback that obviously he's an expert in providing. So as we look at the overall programming, as you can see, what we have is a 6-story structure and a 6-story with a basement that abuts North Florida. And as it scales down more towards the residential area, we scale it down to a 5-story. What we've really tried to do in the design is not only provide the city park as a great amenity for our tenants, but also for the community at large. But it really also helps as a buffer, an additional setback, an additional scaling buffer when it comes to the less dense residential areas to the east and northeast of our property. Specifically, as we talk about setbacks, you'll see that obviously we have, the city has requested a 10-foot setback all along North Florida, and we're excited to have hopefully the T and the trolley run right along there and have a stop right there. We think that'll be a great amenity for our tenants as well as something great for the city as we move forward. Down to the south, it is a 2-foot setback, consistent with the majority of that site from the southeast corner all the way to the edge of the garage is commercial space, consistent with every other commercial use in the district. There is minimal to no setbacks. when it comes to activation with the street. Along our eastern setback, it is a 5-foot setback. As we look at the new townhome development to our east, that is a 1-foot setback at the porch. I believe it scales up to as big as a 4 to 5 foot setback. So we are greater than, or equal to, if not greater than, the townhomes that will be built immediately across the street. So consistent with that setback, and that, as I mentioned, this city park, we're scaling that back. And along the northern street, we're at a 7-foot setback, and obviously that's across the street from a 16-story high-rise. So as I look at our setbacks and our programming, we've really tried to be thoughtful, being consistent with adjacent uses, being consistent with the precedent that has been set within the district, as well as being complementary to adjacent properties. You'll notice some imagery that we've surrounded to show a little bit of additional contextual design and contextual buildings that we've used to help inspire how we set up our setback. These two buildings are the church and its auxiliary building, that is this white building right here on our design. You can see that there is no setback. It is built right to the property line, right to the sidewalk. The YMCA is the southeast building. That is, you can see a little bit of this orange roof right here. Again, minimal to, I don't want to say no setbacks, but there is minimal setbacks for the hedging along the roadway there. And then obviously you have the 16-story high-rise. And then, as you've seen a couple times, that's our view heading down to see to the downtown area. So next up is just a little bit of additional, as we look through Tampa Heights, specifically within the historic district of Tampa Heights, as we look at contextual buildings and other areas for inspiration with our design and our setbacks and our massing and our scale. Every other commercial building within the district, again, is set as close proximity to the sidewalk. As you can see, there is minimal to no setbacks on the balance of these properties. Top right is Sanctuary Lofts, and what is really compelling about this building is it shows how well between single-family homes and more dense product, how it already coexists and performs, and what we think speaks mainly to the eclectic nature of the architecture and the design within the historic district of Tampa Heights. So I wanted to talk then a little bit about kind of the massing and relative to our neighbors. Obviously, here's the vicinity map. What you're looking at is a west-facing, so it's as if we were on Morgan looking towards North Florida. This is our property to the north in the historic district. It's a 16-story high-rise. You'll see we're at 6 stories, and we scale down to 5 stories along Morgan. And just to, in context, this area right here is where the Park at Park will be. And then here is 2 other views. The first view here on the top, this is looking north, Morgan running down here and North Florida Morgan here. And you can see where we've tried to work with the topography of the site. Tampa doesn't have the most undulation in topography, but actually this site does have about a 20-foot fall from the northeast corner to the southwest corner. So within a relatively flat region, we did have some significant topography within the site. And so what we've really tried to do is create something that is contextually appropriate to our neighboring property. You'll see it's a 4-story with, it does have some significant pitch to the roofs on that, obviously given the Victorian style of those townhomes, where we're at 5 stories. And to me, again, I think it speaks to a relative and an appropriate height and an appropriate mass compared to our adjacent property. And then what we've done, although it does go to 6 stories, given the topography change, of the site, as you are standing on Morgan looking west, it will not feel like it is growing because of the topography change. It will feel and our renderings will provide a little bit additional contextual evidence of that. And then on the bottom here, this is showing the current condition. It does not show where the current historic structure will be relocated. That will be relocated in this area right here. But what we've done is, as you can see right now, is really try to pull back as much of the building from that area as possible to create not only a great amenity to the community, but also provide additional buffer between the different densities of the adjacent properties. I'm going to let Saul touch a little bit more on the specific architectural and inspiration as we move forward, and obviously look forward to hopefully continuing to partner with this commission and the city as we work through the design. And so this is rendering only. A starting point is the way we look at it, and hopefully, you know, a great starting point to create a beautiful asset that we're all going to be proud of for years to come.
I'm Saul Fleischman. I'm CEO of Fleischman Garcia Architecture, 324 Hyde Park Avenue. I serve as a design and historic consultant for this apartment project in historic Tampa Heights. I have a little bit of qualifications for this. Over our practice, we've done 6 major projects in the Tampa Heights Historic District. The Bob Gilbertson YMCA, the Ferguson Law Center, Stetson University College of Law, the Patricia Sullivan Elementary School, and the additions to Metropolitan Ministries. And last but not least, the rebuild of the Tampa Heights Elementary School. And a bit of trivia, I was actually born in the Tampa Heights Hospital, which became the first St. Joseph's Hospital in Tampa. So, and the other bit of information, I was a founding member of the Architecture Review Commission and sat in your position for 6 long years. And I thank you for your service. When I joined the team, the project needed some work. So we were able to institute a number of design items that reference the historic architecture in the Tampa Heights district. We have a much better project now. I think we've done an excellent job of designing a project that addresses the scale, the massing, setbacks, orientation, and alignment in the district. Among the things we've done, let me see if I can point these out. Let's talk about the materials. We have brick and we have stucco, and brick very similar to the same brick as in the Tampa Heights Elementary School. We have details that reference historic architecture. We have trim. The facades have some similarities. The window proportions are tall and narrow as in historic buildings in the district. We have ground floor entrances, stoops, which are very important. We have street lamps that add some character to the project. We have projecting awnings over windows and doors. We have now hip roofs that reference the district with decorative brackets. So those are among the things that we've done that help make this project compatible to the historic architecture in the Tampa Heights district. I'm available to answer any questions. We thank you for your interest and attention, and we look forward to approval of our PD zoning and alley vacating.
I believe that concludes their presentation.
Is that the end of your presentation? We're complete. Okay, then we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. I'll go ahead and present the staff report. Did want to just remind you of what your role this evening is, to provide a recommendation for the requested zoning change to PD. And I'll read from the code under Chapter 27, Section 27-113. A to J, your specific authority and powers in these situations. With regard to applications for rezoning, changes to land use classifications, or comprehensive plan amendments, your role is to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historical integrity and appearance, in this case, of the locally designated historic district of Tampa Heights. I want to just footnote my comments at this point as saying that much of the presentation that we saw, particularly towards the end with the architectural references, staff has not seen prior to this hearing this evening. So some of that has changed. However, our staff report really did focus on the site plan itself because the certificate of appropriateness will be coming back at a subsequent time, and there will be a specific staff report to deal with the CA when it's scheduled. The staff findings for this particular request is that the proposed PD is inconsistent with the goals and objectives of Chapter 27-113A 2J City of Tampa Code of Ordinances based on the review of the Tampa Heights Design Guidelines. I want to bring to your reference that the new construction portion of the Tampa Heights Design Guidelines are found on page 42 of those guidelines, and that became the basis for much of how the staff report is laid out. And those elements that become somewhat fixed by the PD, usually the first 5 elements of new construction or what was emphasized. So dealing with the first of that, scale, which is the height and the width, I just want to read to you from the design guidelines that this references the proportions of and size of new buildings compared with contributed buildings in the historic district. And I do want to underline the portion that deals with the reference to the historic district in this case, because obviously the subject parcel does not contain a high number of historic districts, nor do the areas around it. This is obviously an area of the district that was impacted heavily over the years through demolition and redevelopment, but it was envisioned eventually that there would be redevelopment that could present either a positive or an adverse effect to the district, so these areas were included within the district boundaries. I'm not going to go through each of these elements within the staff report. You have those have been provided to you in advance, but I did want to point out one of the references is the Palm Avenue Baptist Tower apartment that's immediately to the north of this site. It's about a 16-story tower. That was constructed in 1974. That was prior to really the preservation ordinances in the city of Tampa, but certainly prior to the creation of the Tampa Heights Historic District in 2000. So you can take that within the context that you choose to do so, given that fact. Massing and building form, many of the references that were shown in the presentation were individual buildings or perhaps a segment of block. One of the issues that the staff recognizes is that we're dealing with the entire block as opposed to just a parcel or two on the block. And these elements of massing and building form combined with the scale somewhat compound the challenges in bringing a building that's in compliance with the historic patterns through a comprehensive building type, such as a single building with a central parking facility, such as is being presented today. So that was, a reason that the increased setbacks were emphasized within the staff report so that there would be somewhat of a relationship of scale and mass to the ability to have increased setbacks and introduce elements onto the building that are a characteristic of the Tampa Heights Historic District, namely projections, encroachments, porches, stoops, these sort of art attributes that define the character of the area. Setbacks is an area that I'd like you to pay special concern to. I think you have a multifaceted building that has both commercial, it has some commercial elements along Florida Avenue, and I believe some which extend on 7th Avenue is also, but it also features residential uses within the building. So I think there's some opportunities for some commercial setback patterns along Florida Avenue, which is obviously a historic commercial corridor and has many references for reduced setbacks and encroachments of awnings and balconies and whatnot. Whereas as you begin to approach the more residential components of the district as you move to the east, the building should begin to respect those patterns as well. There was some reference to an adjacent project that was approved on a parcel to the east and the setbacks in that building, but just if you recall, there were porches on that building as well that were part of that setback area. Orientation and site coverage is another element within the design guidelines that you should pay attention to. Ensuring that the building undulates and creates opportunities to not only break the mass of the building, but to provide opportunities for some green space. Alignment, rhythm, and spacing. This once again relates to the consistency of site planning in the historic district. We were encouraging the architect, when they do get into the design phase, to introduce techniques to visually break up the long facades into smaller components. And as I said before, that can be considered during the certificate of appropriateness process, but the site plan does dictate strongly how that can occur along a building elevation. And then our entrances and porch projections, obviously, particularly with residential references, those are key elements in not only defining the architectural traditions of Tampa Heights, but in adding elements that can further break down those long spans of building along the north and south elevations and provide a sense of place to the area as it begins to integrate into the residential components of Tampa Heights. We did add some notes and conditions at the end of the staff report. I think as you begin your discussion, if you move towards a recommendation for approval, to pay special attention to this area, because any types of conditions the City Council does place on the site plan will then carry through in the requirements of how this board can approach the project during the CA process. So the PD is a very effective zoning tool to handle issues such as the waivers and whatnot that were presented to you, but it does limit changes once that plan is approved by City Council. The waivers that were reviewed by the presenters did capture the 8 that I had on the staff report. I didn't comment very much on the waivers. I feel that's a decision that the board needs to consider. Those are essentially deviations from what the codes require. I have Annie Barnes, who is with the zoning division and can provide you more specifics on any questions that you might have on the site plan or the waivers. She is in the audience and is ready to answer questions that you may have. With that, I'll conclude my staff report and be available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dennis. Excuse me. We'll now open the hearing up to public comment. If there is anyone here who would like to speak for or against, please come forward. And if you have not been sworn in, please let us know and we'll get you sworn in. And then when you do come up, please state your name and your address.
Where's the microphone?
Just state it's right as the bar on the, just talk.
Oh, okay. My name is Justin Rickey. My address is 103 East 26th Avenue. I'm a Tampa Heights resident. I'm also the vice president of the Tampa Heights Civic Association. I'm not here in this particular case in official capacity. Just wanted to give you my feedback. In general, the developer has met with us several times. We've had several discussions with them. They've been very amenable to communicating with the neighborhood, working with us in regards to addressing any concerns we had about the development. Particularly, we were really impressed that they had a component for affordable housing. As you know, that's, while not too relevant in these auspices, I would say that it's a big concern for us, and they addressed a lot of those concerns, as well as activating the commercial corridor, which is a big concern for us as we see Florida Avenue continue to be developed and oftentimes not to its highest and best use. This gentleman did exactly what we're looking for, which is really activate that space. And to that point, that's really what we need as a community to drive that streetcar, drive multimodal transit, really drive good development in the neighborhood. And from my perspective, what I've seen is a partner in the community that's willing to work with the community to help us grow in a positive way. So I just wanted to thank you for your time, and I hope that you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Rochelle Gross, 1602 East 3rd Avenue, Tampa 33605. I just have 3 quick comments, neither speaking for nor against it. One, the historic marker was placed on that southwest corner years ago by the Civic Association because we felt it was important that people realized that this was the gateway to historic Tampa Heights. There clearly wasn't very much there then. The houses and offices on Oak Avenue are reliant on street parking, and when the new townhouses come online, I think that's going to get tight. And third, I'm happy that all the parties involved are willing to move that historic house to the adjacent lot because I feel it'll be a much more appropriate home considering this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, we will go ahead and close the public comment portion of the hearing.
Madam Chair, just to reiterate, I did provide the staff report for the PD rezoning. I have not provided the staff report for the vacating.
You're absolutely right. Would you like to?
I can provide that if you'd like at this time.
Absolutely, please.
They're related to the vacating. Your recommendation falls under the same section of the code. I'll skip reading that. But we also reference the Secretary of the Interior standards as it affects elements of the relationship of the district itself. I'll reference that our normal position on alleys is that we recommend for them to be retained. In this particular situation, with the absence of historic structures, it doesn't seem to serve a practical use at this particular time, nor does the proposed development rely upon that type of vehicular circulation and access. There are no connections, as they were historically, to the north and the south blocks for the segment that runs north and south. And historically, the alley did not run onto Florida Avenue. It wouldn't be allowed to run onto Florida Avenue today. So that east and west segment would somewhat be a dead end if there was a partial vacation. So given that, we have no objection to the alley vacating.
Thank you. Anyone wish to come forward and speak about for or against the alley vacating portion of this project? Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and close the public comment period, and you now have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
No, you have questions?
Oh, that's right, sorry. We will ask questions beginning on my left.
Actually, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. The agent, Mr. Hudson, stated that the request for this project is for a total number of units of 321. And if the agent can just give some clarification on how that number came about.
Tyler Hudson for the applicant. The Planning Commission staff outlined in their report as part of the DRC package that because the future land use for this site is split, recall there's that T alley, the one that runs north-south, divides the property obviously into a western piece and an eastern piece. The western piece is being developed based on a 1.5 FAR, which is the by right density allowed in CC 35 for projects that are over 0.35 acres and which are vertically integrated mixed use, which the Planning Commission has agreed that we comply with that requirement. On the eastern portion, R83 allows you to go up to 83 units per acre with the basic sort of upgrade bonus. And then in the CBD periphery, which you recalled in one of the slides, I showed you the map that had that yellow line running across Palm Avenue. In the CBD periphery, you're allowed to double either your FAR or your units per acre based on which one you're utilizing if your project is mixed use or residential only. And our project is obviously mixed use. The R83 portion is residential. So that's how we were able to get there. The Planning Commission's determination of the absolute maximum density for this project is 11,000 square feet of non-residential use and 330 dwelling units. And so our proposal, like I mentioned in the slides, is at that maximum 11,000 square feet of non-residential use on the first floor, but just a little bit under the absolute maximum residential density. So we're at 321 units as opposed to 330 units. And happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you.
And just for, again, Kamaria Pettis-Malcolm from the City Attorney's Office. With the additional units, which is 125 that you're asking, do you have to have some type of, can you just explain to the board, do you have to have some type of agreement with the city for that?
Sure, yes. And those amenities that I mentioned, the streetcar and the pocket park, those are the amenities that we're providing in accordance with the bonus payment agreement that'll be adopted by City Council at second reading. One of our last site plan notes as part of the PD that you're reviewing has the code required language about that. So that's the amenities that are being provided in exchange for our ability to get above the 83 units per acre. Thank you.
You good? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Boyd, if you have any questions for anyone of the team?
Gentlemen, I would like to know if you have an available illustration, if you will, where what we can see would be the current allowed zoning envelope, buildable envelope for this site, and how your proposal, with its exceptions under your proposed PD, fits within that site.
Sure. I can show you the site plan. One nuance, Commissioner, that makes that a little bit challenging is that it is currently mixed zoning with some RM24, but the northern portions of the site are a PD. So it's for a specifically site plan controlled zoning district of a form and dimension that wouldn't work with the existing RM24 Euclidean zoning. That's part of the property. So it's not a situation where the same dimensional regulations and height apply cleanly across the block.
I understand that point.
Yeah.
I understand that point. Because what I'm trying to wrap my imagination around is, to me, a conflict. We have on one hand a historic district which is less in scale than your proposal is, but we have to recognize the fact that you are proposing this development on what is essentially a major urban boundary site. And the two are fighting against one another. And what we need to do is take a look at this to see where is the best fit for the environment of Tampa Heights. You people are working on is the best fit for the economic development of this site. Highest best use. Because what we're looking at is, yes, we do recognize that Florida is the economic corridor that's going to revitalize this area. The historic district exists to the east of this boundary line, and basically the wild, wild west of development exists on the western side of this development, and we're right here in the middle of it at the gateway. So what I was asking is, did you have available to us some sort of a graphic presentation as to what the current development constraints may be and where you are pushing this envelope to the benefit of your project, so that we can evaluate that benefit towards the benefit of the existing massing and scaling of traditional Tampa Heights?
I think Matt can talk about the setbacks now. Hey guys, Matt Durbin, Mayfly Development. So,
by the way, am I making sense?
Yes, no, completely. And I think it's important to recognize that what we have proposed is within, it's a by right development within the CC 35, the future land use of CC 35 and the R83. So we are not asking for a variance of height, of FAR, of impervious area. Everything that our site plan has proposed is all by right under the CBD periphery bonus, that we get to double the density, and it's to the max beneficiary of the developer. So we can choose FAR or units. And so on the R83 side, we have chosen to double the units to where we can get to 164 per acre on those parcels that are east of the T alleyway.
The alley.
Yes, and everything to the west, we are allowed to do an FAR. So there is not a height restriction, there is not a setback, it is a maximum FAR that we are allowed to develop. And so what we have done is we have maximized our FAR under that bonus provision plus the CBD periphery bonus. So I don't know if, so I guess we don't have it, to answer your question more directly, I apologize. We do not have a depiction because what we have proposed is within the maximum height density site plan that is allowed. Am I misspeaking? Oh, yeah.
So to a certain degree, these development bonuses or constraints, however we wish to frame them, are a result of the city of Tampa's desire to redevelop this entire core area north of downtown.
I cannot speak to the motives of Tampa City. All I can say is the zoning that they have put in place, we are in compliance with the existing rules and regulations that the city of Tampa has outlined for us.
But in order to answer the underlying question that I believe was put forth, was there a study done with the existing zoning in place, not coming forward and asking for the rezoning, that showed your max allowable? And I understand the overlay, but in terms of just straight on zoning questions, the R83, the RM24, was there a study done that looked at that without having to move to the PD requests for rezoning?
I don't, not that I am aware of, again, because it is within, yeah, please do.
And I can also see where the PD comes in to consolidate the block.
Sure. I'd like to clarify two things. Matt alluded to all the density and things like that being by right. To be clear, the densities that we are proposing are conditioned upon the approval of that bonus agreement by City Council at second reading. So I want to be very clear and transparent about that. Again, I don't have it exactly, but generally speaking, this portion here is our RM24. But up here, you had the existing zoning is controlled by a site plan, I believe, for predominantly an office building. So there's really no way to reconcile the existing today zoning regulations, which, the amendment to the zoning map for this piece here was a specific office-based PD. For the RM24 portion here, I think Florida would be considered the front yard, so the setback would be 25 feet in, 7 feet in from the side. So really the best we could do to Frankenstein that together would be, I guess, to conceivably develop the RM24 by right. But again, the PD that this northern portion is subject to is totally incongruous with what I think anyone would develop along the western portion. So, Commissioner Sutton, I'm not trying to be evasive, it's just, but since the entire site's not under the same dimensional regulations, we didn't look into, for example, a massing study about what the quote by right option could be, because there really was no by right option other than, I guess, it was leaving the alley as it is and having 3 smaller buildings, one of which would have been an office building up here based on the PD. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you very much. That helped clarify a number of different things. I have a question for your arborist. I've seen this done only twice before in my entire career, but have you all discussed or examined the possibility of salvaging that grand oak that is proposed to be removed and move that to your pocket park?
I have not conducted a transplant analysis on that tree in detail. Let me provide the site plan to illustrate what we're looking at. The grand tree in question is this tree here. It's a 40-inch live oak. It is currently located in, I can pull up a picture on my iPad if that would help, in the side yard between the existing Sean Braun Law office building here and the TRC West development there, roughly here. And I know I've got no existing site plan showing, but bear with me. There is an access drive directly adjacent to the trunk and a retaining wall on the other side. Roughly, both are within 10 feet or so of the trunk. ANSI A300 Part 6, I think that's industry standard for planting and transplanting of trees, requires a minimum root area. I'm not going to be able to do the math now, but let's just say 20 feet of uninterrupted, impervious, well-established roots, which we don't currently have in the existing condition.
So you basically do not have a viable candidate for relocation.
I'm gonna say that without doing specific definitive analysis, what I do know relative to the minimum root area is that it's not looking like it'll be a favorable transplant.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, Commissioner Sutton, at this time?
Not at this time. Thank you very much.
Either.
Do we have a representative from transportation here today?
No, we do not.
Okay. I don't have any additional questions.
Well, I'm going to follow up with that question. So there are several things that you covered in the waivers, but I didn't see any supporting diagrams. So one of those is the turning radius, the loading dock, all of that, the loading berth. So if you could just walk us through how a truck that might be either delivering products for the retail components or delivering furniture, whatever, for the residential use would enter, turn, that kind of thing.
Yes, Commissioner, I think our civil engineer will do that more capably than the lawyers. I'd ask Scott to talk through that.
He's
Perfect.
an excellent driver, though, but we'll let him do that.
If you could please just state your name.
Scott Gilner with Kimley Horn, 655 North Franklin Street. I'm the civil engineer on the project. So I think when you're discussing deliveries, and I think this is your question, so if this area here, is that what you're referring to?
I'm asking where is it, and then how do you go in and out and maneuver? Because there's a huge component of the waiver that discusses your berthing, your loading area, right? And your delivery. I mean, I understand the process of moving things in and out of buildings,
Got it.
but
Understood. Okay, so if you were coming into the loading area, and this is the trash here, so it's enclosed within inside the building. So, for instance, let's just talk about solid waste for a second, then we can go to loading. Solid waste would pull up in the direction going eastbound, and then they would back into that area, and then they would either pull out a trash compactor, or they would come in and those roller out bins would be outside and they would pick them up. So they could either pull in front ways or back in, depending on which ultimately the trash receptacle they were picking up.
Obviously, you haven't made a determination yet of
Well,
which way
right now,
you
we're
would
showing
pull.
rollout bins, so they would be front fork lift overhead and come down. And so there's 40 feet from the right-of-way line to the face of the building. Next to it, you have a 12-foot by 60-foot loading bay, and that is for larger vehicles, and frankly, that's a pretty large vehicle. I mean, that's a WB-50 that's parked in that location. But again, they would pull it up and then back in and come into that space. Most likely, I mean, from move-ins and, you know, Cisco trucks and things delivering for smaller things, they're probably not gonna be a 60-foot size truck. They're probably box trucks and smaller type vehicles. But they would still have that 60-foot area to back into, and then they could pull back out on, you know, going Oak, more than likely to Florida.
Okay. And then just where do you enter and where do you exit for the parking garage? Is it a two-way access or is it one-way through?
Two-way accesses, and there's two of them. So remember that if you remember the elevations, I believe Saul and Matt had shown, there's almost a 15 to 20-foot fall over the site. So on the north side, you have Oak, which has a 24-foot drive and goes into the garage and then circulates throughout the parking garage. Also down on 7th Avenue, you have another entrance and exit, 24 feet wide, that comes in and out. And they connect together, but that are on different levels, so they're staggered on where they enter and exit through the garage.
Just to make sure I get all of the... Why is it that we're requesting, or that your team is requesting, the reduction of the drive aisles from 26 to 24 feet? I know why, but for the record, if you could tell us why.
Well, I don't know.
I believe I know why.
I don't know that I know why, but so.
Someone in your team know why?
Originally, the code was 26 feet wide, and so we had it 26 feet wide, and it was reduced to 24. I think it's a carryover from that point. And so the new code within the city, not in a parking garage, is 24 feet wide. So we're consistent with that at 24 feet wide.
So there's a new code that you're coming under for this project?
Yes, and I believe that's just a carryover condition. That was one of our questions that we were talking about.
Do we know an answer to that then? Is this actually a component of the waiver that you need if you are under a different code currently?
No.
Tyler Hudson for the applicant. We're continuing to work with staff on whether the waiver is applicable to the site. Obviously, if the code is 24, it's not needed, but in the interest of transparency and making sure that the record that comes out of tonight to City Council's most complete, we do want to keep the waiver in the record. And I think Matt can maybe allude to some of the programming reasons about why that reduction is preferred.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to comment. And one thing I did want to highlight too, that there's another loading for move-ins and move-outs.
Can you point that out?
Yeah, it's right here. So it's actually a covered, so this is the drive aisle in.
Right.
This is all open space here, and you can see kind of the dotted line. You can pull in there, and that's for resident move-in and move-out, you know, smaller.
That's not for a transport company with the big monster trucks.
No, that'll be obviously
Always
with the dedicated
outside.
loading. But, you know, not, the majority, in our experience, the majority of folks that are moving into a 750 to 1,000 square foot space, I've not seen an 18-wheeler pull up to any of our properties throughout the U.S.
Yep.
In terms of the 20-foot, for us, that's just best practices on every parking garage in terms of structural and in terms of movement, that we have never had an issue. It's when we get smaller, when we start to get into the more the compact spaces where they allow you to go down to 22 and 20, where things do get tight. But for us, 24 feet is ample room. It provides still ample vehicular movements without a risk of obviously damages in rear end, and it allows us to create a more cost-efficient design, which allows us ultimately to provide a better product at a lower price to our tenants in the city. And obviously on a site like this, where we do have a exterior garage facing to the south, we're looking to minimize the impact of that garage on the exterior as well. So although it's only 4 feet, we've got to do everything we can to create the best architectural design that we can. And so limiting that space that we need to, as you saw in our renderings, we threw some, creating some false balconies and some faux cutouts to create more windows and more breakups. The smaller that area allows us to be a little bit more creative as we move through the design criteria versus trying to. So, sorry, long answer
No,
to a
it's
simple
good.
question.
May I interject one moment?
Absolutely.
Related to site access, I note from the site plan that you are prepared to provide parallel on-street parking, north, south, and east side of the site. Is that correct?
So that was part of our original request. We thought that would be, but I do not believe that was part of our revised site plan. We took that out, correct? Yeah. Our revised site plan did not include the off-street parking.
Is,
Oh, it did?
If I
Oh,
can
it just
clarify.
doesn't count?
Is this-
They're depicted, they do not count.
They do
So-
not count towards your required parking spaces.
Yes,
But are
Commissioner,
you still offering them as an amenity to the city
Yes,
in
they
your
are- they
contract?
are.
Oh, sorry,
discussions?
I answered the wrong question. Of course, we are offering them as an amenity, but we are not including those. Same with the loading zones. You'll see that there are 2 loading zones that we are
Okay.
providing outside, but it is just since they are outside of technically our building footprint, we're not including, or our land, we're not including those in part of our calculations.
Okay.
So I now have a part B to this question.
Okay, see if I can answer this one right.
Okay, so you're gonna be pushing back then the curb line into your site to provide these parking spaces. This site is currently ringed with some very, well, to us, very significant, granite curbing. What is going to be happening to that existing material, and are you actually going to be reusing it or extending granite curbing throughout the entire perimeter of your site?
Yes, so it's not stepping in, it's stepping out.
It's
So-
stepping out.
Right, so where the pavement is now would step out, and we would take that granite curb and replace it and then reinstall it. Or return it to the city, depending on, because I'm not sure on Florida, I don't think it's there, and I think on the other 3 sides it would be. So we would keep it.
Okay.
One thing we are excited about, and this isn't, I don't think, it's relevant to this question or relevant to this item, is we're excited to work hopefully with saving as much as the historic brick and historic granite as we can, and hopefully do it in a really compelling way throughout the public park and throughout our public parks throughout the design. But again, that's something that we look forward to having those discussions and figuring out what's the best way to reuse that, those elements of the current site that are, historic in nature.
Thank you very much. Ma'am?
Do you have any questions?
We got one real quick question for the arborist. What is the current condition of the grand tree?
Federica Dartmoss, thank you for the question. Let me get things loaded up. And I'll go back a little bit. Hopefully this is legible enough. This is the tree in question. Looking back at my notes from this assessment, a tree of this size would require a 27-foot minimum root area. This is the existing building here and the existing building there. I just want to go back that's not provided relative to the transplant assessment. The tree, condition-wise, this is a shot looking from the north, south, towards the tree. 7th Avenue is in the distance unseen. I found the tree to be good health, good structure, and excellent form, considering, and with a combined condition hazard rating of the city's system of a B6, which would be a I would characterize as a good tree.
Based on your experience, to follow that up then, obviously there's gonna be some sort of demolition or something's gonna happen around this tree at some point with what's there. Based just, unfortunately, strictly on your experience, what happens to the condition of this tree if and when that ever happens?
It's a tough question because that's a function of the tree protection that's afforded it. I would say that if the tree protection were not provided at basically the extent of the drip line, which is approximately 80 north-south and 90 feet east-west, with the project above 3 stories, there's likely some amount of canopy damage that's going to occur, and some amount of root damage. Whether that's enough to tip the scale for this species is debatable. It's one of the hardiest species in the southeast. It is a function of your effort to preserve it, I guess, which is the way I'd like to characterize it.
My last question is for, I guess, someone else in the group. In regards to the setbacks and just how close this entire building seems to be to the max, were there any plans explored, looked at, that did step this building back to create a larger setback?
So when we originally devised the site plan, we didn't have the pocket park, and it was 5 stories throughout. We didn't have the 5 or 6 over the basement and 6. So we did revise it to create what we thought, or what we really feel is a really compelling amenity to the community, and create the buffer in the most critical area, which is to the lesser dense areas of the community. Given that the entire half of the block directly apart to the east will be a 4.5 story with the pitched roof. It's 4 stories with the pitched roof. We concentrated and we left it 5 stories there, and then went to 6 stories and did the pocket park in the corner to create the greatest buffer, which we felt was the greatest impact to create the greatest amount of buffer. So we did revise it from the original design based on feedback from the Civic Association, and obviously just good design.
So that brings up an excellent segue into, can you please put up the section drawings that you had through the site, specifically the one that shows that neighboring project that was previously approved by the commission? And that's section 2-2, the upper one, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, there was also another one. So, I think it's still represented somewhat in here, but can we see the one that goes east or north-south through that? Yeah, the 2 of those together, that's perfect. So I think there's some disingenuous, and it's you know, it's neither here nor there, but in reality, your building on Florida is an 8-story building, because you have to take into account your mechanical space, which I assume is what you're doing, what you're hiding in the rooftop forms.
No,
correct?
our mechanical is actually on the ground floor,
Okay.
adjacent to the amenity in the corner. So it'll front oak. We lost a unit. We took a 2-bedroom unit away, and that's where we'll put our mechanical room.
So what is happening, if anything, in those spaces above floor number 6 and floor number 5?
So when we originally proposed the elevations, it was a more basic design element where we just had parapets and it was more of a flat roof. But obviously working with Saul and the design team, we felt that this was a best faith effort to show that, or first initial steps in showing some of the design elements that we can bring to a building to make it more consistent and congruent with the Tampa Heights design criteria. By no means is this set in stone that they need to be this height or this form or this. It was, this was, and Saul, like, correct me, and I apologize if I misspeak, these are architectural details that were implemented now to create, ideas as we progress to the certificate of appropriateness. Some areas that he said, Matt, these are ideas that'll create a greater consistency with Tampa Heights. But obviously open to, hey, is there ways that we can create less pitch? Is there ways that we can create less height visually? Obviously, we really look forward to having those discussions and refining how do we create a building that feels less than 8 stories and more consistent with what
And I appreciate that. I mean, I understand where your architect is coming from, and I do appreciate that there is some beginnings of that idea of breaking the form and trying to break the block. But I do think when we're talking about the heights of things, we need to be very careful about it's a 6-story when it's really an 8-story. And in fact, the paperwork that we get, it does say 8 stories. So just as a matter of moving forward with any project and coming back before us again, just point those things out because it does help us understand exactly what's going on. And, especially with that particular section with the 16-story tower across the street, it's pretty relevant in terms of that relationship and how we see it within the historic context, right? So.
Perfect. No, I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any specific questions for them. Any other questions? All right. Well, then you do have 5 minutes for the now.
Evening, Tyler Hudson for the applicant. As Dennis alluded to at the beginning, the charge this evening is what is a reasonable land use change. And this piece of land does present some novelties. It's not in downtown, but it's kind of close to downtown. It's fully within the historic district. It is on the edge. It's certainly an emergent part of Tampa's second attempt at transit-oriented development, which hopefully in some ways echoes what the streetcar had nearly 100 years ago. And the effort that went into designing this PD was painstaking given some of those challenges in crosswinds. And we believe that this is a reasonable land use change. We aren't going from here to City Council to the permit office. We're gonna come back here for the certificate of appropriateness. We think that the general geometry of what we're proposing can be improved through the certificate of appropriateness process and coming back to work with you all. But we would ask for your recommendation of approval this evening on the PD rezoning and also on the right-of-way vacating. And if Matt or Saul have anything to add, I welcome that. But if not, we really appreciate all your time talking through this today, and thanks again.
Thank you. We'll now close the public hearing and we will discuss the case. I think maybe the alley component is probably the easier thing, maybe, unless you have a point. Anyone have a point to discuss regarding the alley vacating portion of this?
I have no objections to vacating the alley. In regard to this media request.
I hate to lose it, but I don't know that it really has any form or function on this particular
Commissioner
parcel.
Taylor, can you speak a little bit louder for me, please?
I'll try. Yeah, I hate to lose the alley, just because we do have the historic brick still there, but in this particular parcel, unfortunately, I'm not sure there is a development that could be done that could even utilize it. I just don't see a form of function for it. So with that said, I mean, the writing's kind of there.
I concur with that. But if we're going to abandon this alley, I think we should make it dependent upon the developers to reuse that existing brick paving to the extent possible with their new development. I mean, at least we're bringing forward a piece of what used to be there into new development, regardless of how that may be configured.
Agreed. Agreed.
Looking at the site plan, though, I'm just not sure
I
it
think,
can be.
I think that the.
We don't know how
Right.
much brick is underneath that
Right,
pavement.
and the other thing to consider about the site plan, Commissioner, is that it sets the boundaries, but they still have to come before us with the
Correct.
certificate of appropriateness and show us the plans, the hardscape, the landscape, all of that. And so there are opportunities, we've certainly seen that before this board before. And I do think requesting that there is due consideration of existing historic context and materials that be duly noted as well as respected and reintegrated into the project as much as possible.
I could definitely see reuse.
You know, I live in a historic neighborhood. It's not under the board's review, but I'm in a neighborhood with granite curbs, and they're doing tremendous amount of road work, and we're getting replaced bits and pieces with white, glaring white concrete curbs. It's just an eyesore. So I do think when we have those opportunities, and we're talking about the gateway to a district that has seen tremendous growth even before Armature Works and all of those other developers came in. We saw tremendous growth in that neighborhood just from residential use. And many, many owners have put a lot of time, energy, and money forward to preserve. We should also ask that of the developers who want to come and play in our sandbox. So,
Excuse me, Commissioners, if I
Yes.
could just interject just for a minute. One of the staff findings on your staff report is that the development team comply with section 22.305 of the Transportation Code.
Yes.
About the historic materials, the brick and the granite. Those are required to be palletized and returned to city. And if they have a plan for reuse, they can make that, present that to the city for consideration. But otherwise, the city would use those materials in restoration projects of existing right-of-ways.
okay, so because they have to comply with it, we don't have to make that a condition of our motion, do we? When it comes to the alley vacating?
I would reemphasize it in your motion,
Okay.
just for clarity.
All right,
Because
thank you.
Because you know, it would be my preference to be able to reuse these on this existing
site.
site.
I think you have a grand
To the extent
opportunity.
possible.
I think you have a great opportunity, potentially even in the park. to
Oh,
utilize it.
absolutely.
Okay. Well, I think we could definitely make a motion that incorporates some of that thinking. Right? All right, so in terms of the rezoning component of the project, anything that we should consider, discuss before a motion is brought forth?
Now, we're away from the alley going into the project.
Into the rezoning component of the project. We are not talking about design, details, that kind of thing, but.
But we are talking about essentially locking in the site plan.
We have a
Correct.
very unique situation here with the entryway.
Entry, which entryway?
Into the historic district.
Yes.
This is the gateway. And the PD gives a lot of leverage to the developer to do a lot of different things.
I think that Commissioner Sutton kind of hit the nail on the head earlier in a comment question that he had to the team. That, you know, it's in this funny little relationship position with all this growth to the west going crazy. And then all this quietness to the east, which is residential and kind of just starting to move to the south and the west. And I think the existing qualities of the site, the fact that you had the bifurcating alley north-south, and that there was an intention with the current zoning of some differentiation between the two components, not saying that the existing zoning works for either needs or desires, but there is an indication that there's this urban planning sort of notion which lies on the western edge, Florida and that development and the hope for extension of the trolley line, that there's an urban edge there that is very significantly different from being that corner post to, you know, take the monument post that's at the southwest corner as sort of that symbol of that portion of the site becomes that entry point. And I think that could be a clear direction to the team and in terms of how we might craft a motion here tonight in terms of how setbacks are developed, how the mass and the form are developed, and then, you know, in response to some of the questions about the height. So I think when we look at the various components that were pulled out in the staff report, I think there are certain areas where we could, you know, look to that diagram, that large picture diagram of the west versus the east component of the site, the city versus the historic district entry piece, as being a way to move forward with their request, being very specific about any conditions that we might want to consider.
I am still conflicted about the mass of the project as presented. I grant you that this is a transition site. If you look, the entire southern boundary for the city's historic district is 7th Avenue, and it crosses over Florida as well. You don't have to have a big building to have a signature project. And what we're talking about here as a gateway element is we would expect in this location for redevelopment a signature project of some sort. But I don't think we need to see this kind of mass become a predominant element for our historic district's Florida Avenue corridor.
And that was mainly where my comment was coming from, is I do feel like this is a parcel that is and will always be a buffer. But we're going from downtown to
Old Town, and now we've got an 8-story building. If it were lesser height, I don't want to put a number on it, but if it was a lesser mass, then I'm not sure we're having the same conversation.
I agree about lesser mass. I don't necessarily think we can dictate height and all of the setbacks, but I think in addition to having a tall building on this site, the setbacks and the pedestrian experience per se is not consistent with the historic district.
Because what we're looking at is the PD proposal for rezoning. That's
Correct.
it. We're not looking at the architecture.
Correct.
Right.
But that PD is a footprint and a mass envelope.
Right, and the opportunity in that is, what are the relationships to the street, right? And we look at the setbacks for that, right? Obviously, when we get into certificate of appropriateness, we can talk more about how the mass is broken down and might step back, that sort of thing. But the beginning point is the essential thing that we're trying to get to tonight, right?
Correct.
Where do they start from?
But currently, like, the fabric of the historic district would include green space, buffering the street from the structure. And we are getting that on one very small portion of this entire project.
Be larger setbacks.
Well, and to be honest, that 10-foot setback on Florida, to get a trolley stop in there, that's basically what it's going to take.
Right.
So the buffering, the landscape buffering, I mean, it's basically going to be hardscape on the Florida side for the most part. So, if there are conditions that we believe need to be brought forward to approve this, because we we don't think it currently meets that gold standard of being within a historic district, this is where we have that
Well, we can't
opportunity.
condition this. We are recommending or not recommending to city council. And that's all we can do today.
That
We
this-
can't
that
condition
this
them and we
PD,
can't
as
continue
stated,
them.
That's right.
goes forward or.
Right,
Yeah,
but.
we can't
I-
dictate.
But the whole Oak Avenue and the South Seventh Avenue, we're hitting the street level. There's no buffer. And we've gone in, even on previous projects that have come through our board, through extensive conversations to maintain that buffer between the street and the structure, especially with a structure of this scale.
Agreed.
The project directly across the street that was referenced
And-
multiple
and-
times
We
tonight
can actually
included.
make conditions on this rezoning.
You know, and we
That-
can go
Oh,
up
we
and down
can.
the street and take a look
Yes.
at the churches and the, you know, the Y and the Metropolitan Ministry and all the other facilities that have been there forever and ever and ever. And they all have some manner of minimal relationship to the street. They don't have large buffer areas, they don't have lawns, they don't have a lot of different things. So I could see easily, you know, a minimal relationship, urban type relationship for this development in this location here on Florida, and maybe wrapping itself around the corners for both Oak. That, you know, even on Seventh Avenue, that's a very busy piece of road there. So, you know, this is an element that needs to be handled judiciously, that I would not expect this to have the same kind of buffers, if you will, or setbacks that we would normally expect in a residential parcel in the heart of Tampa Heights.
However, this is essentially two different projects. It's a mixed-use
It's a-
project.
yes.
It has retail on Florida and a portion of Seventh. The rest of it is residential in use. And every project that I have reviewed on this board in this district, when we've had multifamily, we have had those discussions about the buffering, the setbacks, and elements, architectural elements, not fake porches and fake windows, but actual working components that bring a presence to the idea of living on in a walkable neighborhood, on a walkable street. And
Point.
the ultimate
Good
goal, and we are in a moment in time where there's a great hue and cry for more of that. And they're also asking for a reduction in parking spaces. So that reduction in parking spaces presupposes that there are less cars that the people here are going to have, which means they are leaning more towards using their feet or other modes of transportation for that last mile transport, right? So if we're getting this, we also need to bring this, which is that presence on the street, at least from the residential components, that offers that amenity. And it's an amenity to those that they hope lease their space, and it's amenity to the city dwellers that live around them and with them, right? And will come to their retail component and, you know, buy goods.
I have to admit that your comment on the aspects of all the kits and parts that make the walkable environment worthwhile is a valuable thing, and it's not something that we've really seen here tonight.
I think there are probably some elements in the beginnings of their design. Obviously, we can't see it all, and it's not the appropriate time.
Oh, it is
What-
on a site plan, though.
Right. So our opportunity here is that PD motion request to rezone. We have that opportunity. It is very clearly spelled out in the staff report, those elements that we need to consider. And we have those waivers, and those waivers are tied to some of those. So I think as we discuss this, we need to be very clear about if we are gonna move forward with approving this rezone tonight, what are the things that we can live with and others we think need to be reconsidered? And that's our goal here. And it sounds like to me we are talking about setbacks, potentially, right? We're talking about massing in the forum.
We're also talking about adding commercial and retail use in a residential, partly residential neighborhood. So we're also providing that pedestrian experience for the current residents of the surrounding area.
Right, and there's historic precedent for that, so.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have a concern with the commercial aspect.
No, but what I mean is that residents of this historic district will likely walk or use this
Right.
as in the pedestrian experience, not so much
Right.
the
And
remainder.
Not only the residences within the
With
site itself.
out the proper restraints placed on the property, that pedestrian experience potentially is non-existent, as you're saying, because you have the potential to build to the max from a property line to property line aspect, as well as vertically.
Right.
And there's just not a, when I envision that, and unfortunately, you know, what came tonight before us shows a big mass, and so that's all I have, that's what I have in my head. And what I'm wanting to see is a more residential experience for this particular entryway into a historic district. If we're one block over, there's no jurisdiction here, so they can do whatever they want to do. But on this particular parcel, given the uniqueness of it, the different zones that are already on the the pieces of property, now we're trying to bring everything into one zoning, as well as create this significant buffer zone, as well as a significant project. I think that if we are to move to look at an approval, we have to be very specific.
Absolutely. So does anyone wish to make a motion at this time, or do we need to continue
Are there
discussing any points?
What are the thoughts on setbacks?
Right, currently in the site plan that they gave us?
Or what are we looking for?
Oh, okay. Well, currently they have 10, 7 at the north, 5 at the south, and 2 at the east, which is closer to the residential.
10, 7.
And just to clarify, Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office, there's 7, 10, 2, and 5.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. And the 10 is only because of the trolley stop coming.
Correct. So it's gonna be all hardscape.
So another thing about the retail component, not knowing who they'll get to lease it, there's also the, the outdoor dining component, if that became a component, right? We're seeing more and more of that, right? And then also, even if it's a retail establishment that might have clothing or other goods, sometimes they do sidewalk sales. I mean, that's the great thing about urban environments, is that they bring their goods out onto the street. So I think reconsidering the notion of how the project actually will exist in the urban fabric over time.
I mean, I envision this project, 20 feet.
Excuse me, Commissioners,
Yeah.
it just was clarified that there's not going to be any outdoor seating for restaurant use in the variety retail category,
Okay.
just for your discussion. Well, I've got your attention also, I think, just for your consideration of perhaps language that would be effective in dealing with some of the concerns you have. You would reference the bullet point 5 under site plan notes and conditions. That's the type of note, comment that I think can be placed on the site plan, not necessarily the dimensional specification, that's up to you, but it's the type of envelope of effectiveness that you could have around the perimeter of the project with a note of that nature. You can extend that vertically too, if you'd like, so that there can be stepping in and out of the building. But once again, the PD is it's a static building footprint. So lacking something like that, you'll have to design specific setbacks or elevations to form the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
but I'm not sure. I mean, maybe they know who their tenants are gonna be at this point, I'm not sure.
Probably not. So what Dennis is saying is that we can request the note for when this comes back to us, that we have the ability to adjust the setbacks on the elevations. So I think being really specific on
And
how much we request.
We can say that at every elevation, or we can say at the west side or the north side only. We can be that specific. Or we can say all sides of the property.
I think it's
Okay.
worth looking at it on all sides. You
I
affect
agree.
one side, you affect a proportion on the other, or an intent on another.
Yeah.
So, for massing, building, and form was the next bullet point. I think that that sort of is in the same condition, because we don't necessarily understand the full fabric of the facades at this point. If we request the ability to adjust the exteriors by a certain amount, even a certain amount per facade. Because I don't know.
Are you questioning whether or not we should put into a motion a percentage of projections?
No, dimension. So we were given a 10-foot reference, but I think we.
In terms of the setback?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not sure how you get a blanket.
So I think you can look to the historic fabric. I mean, if you typically, a property has a front, a side, two sides, and a rear, right? Give or take. So if you establish that Florida is going to have
a trolley stop.
It's going to have a trolley stop. Is that the front door? I would say that the garage entries are not the front door, right?
And we're basing all of this on a lot of what ifs.
Well, yes, but the front door, even here, if we're referring to it as a gateway, we sort of have the gateway into the historic district and the gateway from historic district into downtown or more urban fabric.
Right. And the address is Florida, by the way, for the property, for the project.
I mean, that's your main corridor.
You know, honestly, I'm okay with Florida having more of an urban feel to it, being a little closer to the street. It'll be further back than what is currently there on the, when you look at Salvation Army, and it's right up on the sidewalk. And it honestly doesn't care that it's on Florida. It closes itself off from it, obviously. But when you start to look at Oak especially, 7th has a different persona, because 7th was a commercial kind of edge historically. But still there's some understanding there that it begins to bleed into some residential, and now that there's some new projects that are going to come online, it still has that residential quality. But I think when you look at Oak and when you look at the East Street, I forget its name right now, Morgan, those tend to be more residential in the when you start to go through the district. So I think those could be answers there in terms of if we're going to ask for some reconsideration of setbacks and starting to add more of that residential, walkable, livable neighborhood characteristics to this project and this site, because the PD will stand for quite some time, right? That those two edges, Oak and Morgan, probably lend themselves more to that in terms of a residential. And then, what are those setbacks to allow for that to happen? So, so as an architect, I mean, typically you don't, in the historic district, even when you're looking at a multifamily project, there's some relief from the sidewalk to the porch, to the steps,
Correct.
right? And then the facade of the structure proper.
Mhm.
So what would you be comfortable with?
I don't recall what, the
15.
project across the street has a similar, it's a similar scale-ish, a little smaller, not smaller. But we spent a lot of time talking with them about sidewalk, buffer space, and then they have porches, and then
Yep.
the main facade.
So that's the thing, if you've got 15 feet, let's say, to the front of a porch, and then you've got an 8-foot deep porch, we're looking at 20 to 25 feet from the sidewalk to the front door of the house.
Well, I think
Or
you have to be,
property.
yeah, and that's the other thing, is the definition of porch, because it's a multifamily versus a single
Correct,
family.
and I'm just using that as an example,
Yeah, right.
more or less.
Because if you want to treat it like, a hotel entrance, then you're gonna see something again, right down, right there on the curbside, right on the sidewalk side. Same thing for any of the major apartment buildings that we've seen gone up in town here recently.
The
That's
building-
the scale, that we're inviting into this scale and massing and site plan, site forming that we're inviting into this district, because there's an overlay zoning that would permit it. But we have the call here as to whether or not we will acquiesce ourselves to this permission. Do we want to have this in the district?
And this has more of a commercial hotel feel than residential, for sure.
The case before us is a residential mixed use.
Mixed use,
Okay?
correct.
So,
East-west split.
and we're talking about a historic district with residential community very nearby.
Within a block.
Yeah. So, is there a point to be made here about a particular distance that we're comfortable with in terms of a setback or not?
Do we ask for like an allowance of up to 18 or 20-foot setbacks?
We apparently can, within reason, make that a condition, but it has to be very specific, and I think we have to be cautious about which elevation you're speaking of.
Well, I agree with you that the Oak and Morgan are the two, like, what I would consider more of a pedestrian residential neighborhood type facade, as opposed to the commercial and future streetcar on the west. Are you comfortable conditioning a request to up to a certain number on those two facades and a different number on the other two?
I am.
I am as well. What do we want to
Mr.
ask for?
Sutton. Any other
I don't even-
discussion points?
I do not even know where to go next.
I really have some, I don't know, just because of the zoning, and maybe it's lack of experience. But,
So-
it's just a very broad zoning, and if this particular developer can't do what they want, even if we put all these conditions, where does it go next? Not really our problem, but it's just a very broad
Actually,
zone.
it comes back to us after city council approves it, if we move it forward.
But that's if city council approves the rezoning.
That's exactly what I
Correct.
just
Right.
said.
So, again, your purview is to either recommend city council approve or deny this rezoning request. And if there are conditions as referenced on page, or notes that you want to reference, on page 5 of the staff report, gives you that guidance for that, if that is what this board so chooses to do.
Correct. So as I stated before, if you look at the various components that are pulled out in the report, it gives us some idea of how to approach a motion. Okay?
Yeah.
So Brent, I just want to make sure you understand the request for the
Yeah,
PB
no, I
in the
understand
first
that.
place.
I just-
Yeah, okay.
I also see, there's just a lot of inconsistencies, even from the staff report.
Well,
So I realize they have to come before us for all the design moving forward, and we get to have that conversation. I think where I'm at is just the zoning itself, just the parcel where it's at, and we may be able to put some conditions on it that alleviate that issue.
If we put conditions on it that they have to, when they come back to us, if they get approval from us and from city council, and they come back to us and we say, when you come back to us, these things need to happen, or they're conditions of your CA process, that gives us some leeway. So, would anybody be comfortable with a motion, or do we need some time?
Would anybody like to make a motion?
I move to recommend city council deny case ARC 21-442 rezone 21-86 for the property located, or the properties located at 1701 North Florida Avenue, 2002 East 7th Avenue.
202.
202. 1802 through 1808 North Morgan Street, and 209 East Oak Avenue for the proposed rezoning from RM24, I believe it's C1, and PD to PD for the reasons that,
No, in as much.
excuse me?
In as much. You're on in as much. For the property, look at in, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for the reasons that the proposal before us tonight does not conform to the Tampa Height guidelines as stated in Chapter 2413A, J, 2, and J, with respect to scale, height, and width, massing, building form, representative setbacks in the residential districts. I am done.
Orientation, you want to keep going?
Orientation and site coverage.
I have a second for the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion, please state aye and raise your hand indicating so. Aye.
Aye.
All against, opposing?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-1. Thank you.
We just need a motion regarding the vacating of the alley, and that's our ARC 21-450.
Please have a motion.
I recommend to City Council to approve ARC 21-495/REZ 21-82 for the property located.
No, it's the next one.
It's 21-450 VAC.
Sorry. I move to recommend City Council approve ARC 21-450/VAC 21-09 for the property located at 1701 North Florida Avenue from the proposed rezoning from RM 24.
No, this is the alley vacating.
Oh my goodness. Alley vacating for the reasons that the elements of the alley are no longer relevant to the fabric of the site and therefore are no longer characteristic of the district.
A second? Any?
May I add yes, I will second that motion.
All in favor of the motion, please state aye and raise your hand indicating.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say aye. And, no.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. Nay. We have a tie.
So Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. So the what is it? ARC 21-450-VAC 21-09. If staff could say what is the next agenda that this can go forward. There's a tie on the vote. It needs to go to the next agenda. There's no recommendation.
It's a recommendation.
There's a tie on there's no recommendation.
It's going to City Council on December 9th. The next date.
I would go ahead and specify December 6, 2021.
Continue it to December 6th.
Yes.
May I have a motion, please? Yes.
Another mouthful.
I move to grant a continuance in case ARC 21-405/VAC 21-09 for the property located at 1701 North Florida Avenue to the December 6th public hearing at 6 p.m.
I second that motion.
All in favor, please state aye and raise your hand indicating so. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
What did I get? Oh, I got-
Do we need to take a break?
I'd like to recommend that we take a 5-minute break if that's possible.
I second the motion.
Okay. Back and at it. Hi, Ron. Next
Good evening,
case.
Commissioners, Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Our next agenda item is ARC 21-495/REZ 21-82. This is for the address of 409 East Oak Avenue. This is in the Tampa Heights Historic District. Currently, it's a vacant parcel. This is, and the underlying zoning currently is CN. To give you some information on the front end of this, CN allows for the front to be at 20, the side to be at 10, and both sides at 10 and the rear at 10. So you can get your kind of boundaries in place. The height is 35. The request is a recommendation for rezoning from CN to PD. On page 3 of your staff report, the waivers are attached. You could follow through. There are 2. At this time, I'd like to go through the photo presentation. Property in question is highlighted in the green box. It does face Oak. To the west, you have Jefferson. To the east, you have Central Avenue, and you have 7th Avenue to the south. This subject site does have a T-alley as well. This alley is to remain open. They have a north-south alley, and then they have an east-west alley. I want to spend a little time on the Sanborn map. I think it's going to assist you in looking at the last case that we had. There is no historical reference left on this block except for the commercial structure that abuts it to the west, and there's one structure to the northeast that's left behind. All of this has been gone. There is no fabric associated with this block except for the 2 that I mentioned. There is one new construction that came probably 2001, 2002, that's in this area here. You see the setback that was here in 1929, and you'll see the setback that's established today. As you use this Sanborn as a reference, I would expand out a little bit to the west and look at the undulation of the structures that were present in 1929. Some are a little closer to the property line. Some sit a little farther back, and that's to the block to the west. On the immediate block, you see the fabric that's here. This illustration can be used later on to assist you and as you deliberate. This is an overhead. As I talked about, there is no historic fabric on the same side of Oak. Across the street, you have the new construction that I spoke about. You have one period building, and then on the same side, you have the corner commercial period building that anchors the corner. This is the alley in place, north and south, and then east and west behind the subject site. This is just looking back at the site from Oak. This is looking to the south. There's some trees that'll come into play that'll be discussed. This is just another perspective of that. This is the period structure, very nice one-story commercial building. You see the setback. The commercial buildings that anchor the corner are usually at zero setback, as this one indicates. This is looking at Oak in both directions. This is looking to the east and turning around to the west. This is across Jefferson here. This is that new construction that I spoke about. This is the best photo that I have, kind of showing the setback, but we do have the owner in the audience, and he could address that item if he chooses. This is looking directly across Oak. There's a PD request that's coming in the near future for this site. And to conclude, this just shows you the condition of the alleys that are there. I spoke about the 2 different alleys, here and here. At this time, I'm going to have the agent address the board with their request, and then I'll come up and do the staff report. Just make sure everything works for you. Press that one. You're good.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time this evening. My name is Adam Wolf. I represent Wolf Partners. We are the architect and developer. My partner Josh is here representing us as well. We also have our certified arborist, Ricky Pederica, present, and we have our historic preservation consultant, Stephanie Farrell, is here, along with Clayton Bergemeyer, who is our land use attorney. Before we get into the arrangement of the proposed development on the site, I'd like to first review the current zoning and the future land use site characteristics, because they really helped inform how we have oriented our building on the site to try to satisfy those conditions. So here you see the subject parcel is on the southern end of the historic district, directly adjacent, as Ron said, to the contributing structure of the commercial building. And it's currently zoned commercial neighborhood, and when considered for a single-family attached use, per table 4-2, footnote 17, and 4-2.1, note 2 of the Tampa Land Development Code, it refers to the Tampa Comprehensive Plan to establish the maximum density or floor area ratios. And here we have the Tampa Comprehensive Plan map. Category is R83, so high density multifamily dwellings. And that comes with a 75 dwelling units per acre designation. Our site is 0.37 acres, and the allowed density would be 27 dwelling units, and we're going to propose 9 dwelling units. As outlined in the Tampa Comp Plan, it establishes some key characteristics of the R83 land use category. Buildings that establish a consistent setback from street that produces a pleasing definition of the public right-of-way, such as sidewalk, parkway, strip, and street. And here in blue, I've outlined the existing contributing structure to the west and how we plan to orient our buildings to be in line and consistent with that established precedent to the west. It also outlines that building facades and entrances that directly address the street should have a high degree of transparency on street fronting facades. We've outlined our glazing and transparency as it addresses oak. And also in the R83 land use category, it stipulates that medium density buildings should be 3 to 8 stories and high density 4 to 24. We are proposing 2 3-story buildings. This one I think is interesting and extremely relevant, the vertical and horizontal integration of complementary non-residential uses. If we look at the surrounding parcels directly adjacent to our site, there's quite a mixture of uses with commercial, single-family, and multifamily, whether proposed or existing. And I think this really is kind of a microcosm of what the greater Tampa Heights historic neighborhood typifies. A lot of mixed uses of buildings adjacent to single-family, to commercial buildings, and I think that's what makes the fabric of Tampa Heights special, and we look to add to that rather than take away. The Tampa Comp Plan also stipulates that off-street parking that is should be integrated into the buildings or placed in separate parking structures. We've done that. We have 18 spaces that are incorporated in the buildings, and then we also have 3 guest spaces. We also have minimal or no curb cuts along the street fronts and facades. Our parcel is fronted by an alley on the east and the south, and that's one of the things that attracted us to this, is that we were able to build something without having to create curb cuts or any kind of additional splices through the site, but rather utilize the alleys. For reference, the alley on the east is currently unimproved. Our plan is to improve that to Tampa City standards, and the alley to the south is partially improved, about halfway to the east on our site. We plan to improve that as well. I just wanted to call out the 2 waivers that would be required for this project. Section 27-282.10 is to allow units 6, 7, 8, and 9 front entry to face an internal courtyard rather than directly abutting the street. And section 27-284.4, section D, to request to pay into the applicable planning district trees trust fund for mitigation trees that cannot be planted on site. Within the ARC Tampa Heights design criteria, there are 11 criteria, but I think that for this consideration on this rezone, the first 5 are really applicable. The other ones have to do with materiality and architectural details that are more appropriate for the CA assignment. Number one is scale, height and width. The proportions and size of the new building compared with other contributory buildings within the historic district. We're going to go through some precedents that we've identified, all of which are contributing structures that we think are good examples that we can emulate as we propose this new development. Number two is the massing and building form, the relationship of building, massing, and form to other buildings within the historic district. Again, these precedents, I think, will establish our relationship to those. Setback. Maintaining the regular building setback which occurs on the block. Now, we only have one structure that is existing on the block and it is contributing, and we are trying to propose a setback that will be in keeping with the current established setback on the block. Orientation and site coverage, the front of the new building in relationship to the front of other buildings on a block, and the percentage of the site that the building covers compared to nearby buildings. We also have some diagrams to illustrate that as well. And then alignment, rhythm, and spacing, the effect of the new building will have on existing patterns along the block. So in relationship to our parcel down here at the south end, we've identified the following historic site plan precedents. All of them are contributing structures. Many of them are of the same use in terms of multifamily or adjacent to commercial properties. And we also have identified the vehicular use area and the front entrances on all of these precedents. So this is from the 1915 Sanborn map, and unfortunately it no longer exists in lieu of the construction of the freeway. But this product type is exemplary of the vernacular that existed back in the 1915 to 1920s era. It's, as far as we can tell, it looks like row houses on the site, and it's you can see as you look at the Sanborn map, it's similar in massing and form to what we're proposing, and it's also mixed in with a bunch of single families and looks like duplexes as well. This is at 309 East Francis. It's a boarding house that fronts Francis, and then a carriage house in the rear with access via an alley that's adjacent. There's also a motor court, if you will, in between, and has front entrances both facing towards the north, which is the main street frontage. Another two contributing structures and one recently approved townhouse development. The building furthest to the north on the corner of Francis and Central, just a few blocks north of us, is a single-story commercial building similar to what we're proposing. Directly adjacent is a multifamily structure, and then three more multifamily townhouses with motor courts in the rear. And I think it's of note is here also the way that the pedestrian level is engaged with at the stoops on the multifamily building that's directly adjacent to this commercial. And I think that's a really inviting way to engage with the pedestrian level, and I think we're going to try to exemplify that in our proposed development as well. Here we have 304 East Ross Street. There is a carriage house that is full lot coverage on the east side. It's got vehicular access in between the multifamily building on the west. It's also of note that this is, while it's full lot coverage, it also is directly adjacent to a pocket park, which I think is something that we should strive as city planners and developers to incorporate if we're going to do a denser site coverage, that it's adjacent to a pocket park amenity. And then probably most relevant is the 302 East 7th Avenue, which was just recently approved. It's relative in terms of scale and massing, setbacks, orientation, and rhythm, basically everything that we're trying to propose here. However, there are some differences. We have taken great care to try to eliminate as many waivers as possible, so incorporating the amount of green space that's required, incorporating the proper amount of parking spaces without any VUA buffer reductions, all of which this project had. And the setbacks that were approved are the front of 6, side of 5, and a rear of 8'4". Very similar to what we're proposing as well, just about a block away from our proposed development. All right, as I get into how we've oriented these buildings on the site, I want to note that we have been working with the Tampa Heights Civics Association since last March. We've had 3 presentations with them, as well as meetings with individual stakeholders, specifically with property owners around our site. One of the things that cited our buildings was the alignment and rhythm of spacing of the commercial property to the west, and how we've oriented our front doors to directly engage with the sidewalk. We have also shifted the rear building to the east in order to make sure that we are not going to have a negative impact on these existing trees, which are on the parcel to the west. And we've had Ricky Pederica, our arborist, out there to ensure that the current siting of the buildings will not have a negative impact on the existing trees. We do meet all of the green space requirements. We're proposing some pervious pavers here in this center motor court, which does not count towards that green space requirement, but we think it's a nice amenity to increase the stormwater management on the site. And we meet all the parking requirements. And I'm going to run through the conditions that are set forth in the staff report to make sure that we satisfy all of the conditions that were discussed. We have a underground storage vault here in that center motor court for stormwater management. And as you can see, all of the refuse and solid waste storage vessels are going to be inside of the garages with pickup planned along Oak Avenue. We've located the mechanical equipment as centrally as possible on the flat roof as to not be visible from ground level. And we are proposing an 11-foot west setback, side setback, a 5-foot front setback, a 7-foot east side setback, and an 8-foot rear setback for the building above. But at the garage, it's going to be a 9-foot setback to allow for a 24-foot backup space, including the alley, 16-foot alley behind. We've also added the note that the ARC Commission has also authorized the ability to adjust all dimensional setbacks up to 5 feet to enable the development of these elements that characterize the Tampa Heights Historic District. As far as the rhythm and spacing that I referenced earlier, we did a diagram of the existing access points along that commercial building and have cited that building on the north side of our site to be in keeping with that spacing. I think if it was further to the west, it would disrupt that pattern that's already existing along the block. And or if the front entrances were on the opposite side of each unit, I think that would also be not in keeping with the characteristic that has been already established. We've taken efforts not only through materiality changes, but from changes of plane along the facade to break up the mass and the scale of this building, along with adding hip roofs and roof variations in order to further break down the scale. I think you can, another thing I should add is we've added front porch spaces as well on some of these front units that are going to directly engage with Oak Avenue. Here you can see the 3 typical elevations along the front facade of Oak and how the setbacks vary and differ so that we can get that breaking up of what would otherwise be a continuous extrusion. We've tried to use the architecture to break down the mass and scale as it relates to surrounding buildings in the neighborhood. Here you can see the location of the mechanical equipment is centrally located so that it won't be visible from the pedestrian level. We also have our type 1 shade trees planned to be planted in the right-of-way. We have 6 southern magnolias, and we also have type 2 Eagleston holly and crepe myrtles in the buffer area between us and the adjacent commercial property, and then also along the alley to the east. And as I conclude the presentation, I want to leave it with this. I know that a lot of this is going to be more relevant for the certificate of appropriateness, but I think this shows the design intent of how we plan to engage with that pedestrian level experience and create what really is nice about Tampa Heights is the stoops and the front porches and the way that that engages directly with the public and really it creates an inviting and walkable neighborhood.
And that concludes your...
And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Avila, staff with Historic Preservation. In your packet, you'll find, I believe, 10 letters. You could go through those. Some are for and some are not in favor of the project. The request in front of you this evening is for a recommendation to rezone from CN to PD. Your duties are as follows. In Chapter 27, Section 27-113, your duties and powers under A2J, your specific authority, is with regards to the application for rezoning, changes to land use classifications, or comprehensive plan amendments, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. Staff finding that this application is consistent. In reviewing this application, on page 42 of the design guidelines for Tampa Heights, the applicant did touch upon the scale, the massing, the setbacks, the orientation, and the alignment, rhythm, and spacing should be factored into your discussion this evening. Going through the conditions on the staff report, a number of them were addressed this evening. I'd like for additional information to be put onto the record and further the discussion is to provide the different dimensions from the property line to the different facades on the front. There is some setback and of the front facade to show those dimensions from the property line and show how he was trying to break the massing. Final stormwater solution. He did touch upon the mechanicals, but the stormwater solution. Also on the PDs, we're getting consistent on adding a note to the site plan that authorizes the Architecture Review Commission the ability to adjust the dimensional setbacks. That build-to line, we put down here 5 foot. If you want to increase that to 10 foot, I think that that's a reasonable request. Sometimes we attach different dimensions on the size of the structure. So the larger the request, that number kind of changes a little bit to kind of help break down the massing as well. We had them take another look at the front yard setbacks and the introduction from the pedestrian experience to the approach to go inside the house, either for a stoop and or porches. He did touch upon, they introduced additional porches, but I think more information can be addressed at the public hearing tonight. I believe there's planting of trees that are needed and or paying into the tree bank. If there's trees that are planted on site, buffering on the west side would be preferred. And this, to conclude, a couple other additional bullet items is that the renderings were shown this evening was just a tool and inspiration. That is not saying that we're locked into anything that was shown tonight. Tonight's meeting is to provide a recommendation to City Council on the footprint and the massing that was presented. And this will come back to you for certificate of appropriateness if it gets a favorable recommendation through this board and City Council. That concludes my portion. I'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ron. I'm going to open up the public hearing to public comment. If there is anyone who would like to speak for or against, please come forward. If you have not been sworn in, please let us know and we will get you sworn in. And as you approach, please do state your name and your address. Thank you.
Arnie Hernandez, 402 East Oak Avenue.
Sir, can you say your first name again?
Arnie Hernandez.
Okay.
East Oak, 402 East Oak Avenue.
Thank
you. Ron mentioned the building, the new structure on the corner of Oak and Jefferson. That's a building that I developed and owned. It's a building that I went through the ARC, did all the things that I felt were required in order for my building to be compatible with the neighborhood. It's a two-story building. The second floor is actually smaller than the first floor, and I wish we had pictures of it, but in my mind, it does fit well into the neighborhood. What I see, the problem that I have with this project is that it's a massive project in comparison to the other buildings that are there. It's a lot of units that are being squeezed into a small lot. There's two buildings, row house type buildings. The second building sits in the back of the first, the one that's facing Oak. That building has doors that are facing an alley or a driveway. I think in the guidelines, it asks for all the doors to face the street, and that adds into that environment of the walking neighborhood. It calls for porches. I'm not sure that what qualifies as a porch. I'm not sure what they're planning. Also, it calls for raised floor to give you that feeling of you know, the historic value of the property, of the neighborhood. In general, you know, I see this project as being able to fit just about anywhere except Tampa Heights. The architecture doesn't seem to be fitting with the neighborhood. It's massive. I'm not sure that the massing of the volumes are there. I think it's there is a variation of a couple of feet forward and backwards in the front elevation, but there is in the massing that I would see where you have tall areas of the buildings and lower areas of the building, and perhaps different roof slopes. This is not something that belongs in Tampa Heights. I think approving a project like this one is going to open the door for a lot more of these projects to come to the neighborhood, and I think that's going to destroy the fabric of the neighborhood. I don't think this is something that is conducive to promote the historic character of the neighborhood, and I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Justin Rickey, 103 East 26th Avenue. I'm the Vice President of the Tampa Heights Civic Association. I am speaking in official capacity now. I'm going to read a letter now that our executive board crafted for this evening in support of this project. Tampa Heights Civic Association supports rezoning of 21-82 of the property at 409 East Oak Avenue per the current site plan. The applicant met with our organization multiple times during the course of the year and made adjustments to transportation, parking, street engagement, and green space based on THCA feedback. We acknowledge that some of the surrounding property owners oppose and some are in favor of this rezoning. The executive board carefully considered those positions and the facts of the application during our deliberation and vote. This letter of support pertains to the rezoning only, not the certificate of appropriateness. THCA will address that separately at a later date. Thank you very much, Tampa Heights Civic Association.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Rena Ratan. My address is 827 Bayshore Boulevard, Tampa, Florida.
Ma'am, were you sworn in?
Sorry, that's wrong.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will be providing this evening is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. I am speaking against this project. As the gentleman before me did elicit, it's a huge project for that piece of land. There are several concerns. We own the property in their backyard on 7th Avenue. The alley that they are talking about, that is to the east of the property and to the south of the property, cannot bear, if you take an average of 2 cars per townhome, there will be 18 cars going back and forth, back and forth. The alley is also used by us in the corner, in their backyard, by the businesses that are on 7th Avenue but have their backs on the alley, and to the business that's on Oak. I do not know how they think that every day all these cars can go through 7-foot alley. God help them if they need an emergency vehicle in the 4 homes that are behind the Oak Street, behind their courtyard. Their design leaves much to be desired for Tampa Heights Historic District. If this is not the final design, I don't think that we should even be discussing it, because we don't know what their next plan or design would be. Also, the setbacks, I would like this board to reconsider. Rainwater runoff will be in our backyards. So I think that they need to rethink this project. They are basically choking a small piece of land with a large number of homes on it. And I hope the board will favorably listen to us, the neighbors that this project has. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi again. Rochelle Gross, 1602 East 3rd Avenue, Tampa 33605. I extensively renovated 2 historic properties in the Tampa Heights Office Village, and my parents did 1. For the past 20 years, we have all had to comply with the historic guidelines, and the neighborhood has been better for it. My brothers and I owned the 1925 one-story commercial building next door to this site. I'm not opposed to townhomes, but I am opposed to elements of this particular project for a number of reasons. Personally, I'm very concerned about flooding. This project is 80% impermeable, and that assumes that the driveway will remain permeable after years of cars compacting the material. Our historic building and all entrances sit at grade or just inches above. It does not flood now, but considering the unprecedented flooding throughout the states this past year, I have grave concerns that should their property not absorb their runoff, the effect on our building would be disastrous. And there goes another historic building. The developer is removing all 19 trees on their property. We have 2 mature CO2 absorbing, temperature lowering shade trees, which sit very close to the property line. We would like a guarantee that their construction would not harm or kill these 2 trees. And as a note, a young tree takes decades to absorb the same amount of CO2 as a mature tree, and a few crepe myrtles will never come close to providing the same benefit. This 3-story long double bunker architectural style is not compatible with the existing character of the neighborhood, does not adhere to the historic guidelines, and does not fit with the rhythm of the street or into this neighborhood. The massing, form, and scale are huge, especially in relation to the adjacent building. It's considerably taller than any of the surrounding buildings, and the fact that they're only 4 feet from the street makes it even more overwhelming. Historic guidelines state the entrances should face the street. As you know, the whole second row faces the garages of the first row, and I don't see how you can call the driveway a courtyard. They do not maintain the regular building setbacks along the street and have very limited garden area. This is the only townhouse I could find in all of Tampa Heights with such close proximity to the street. They have required parking but no driveways. There will be a parking shortage. I'm confused as to why this style and form would be considered acceptable here. If it's truly conforming, it should conform without waivers, especially setback waivers. And Tampa Heights is more aligned with Hyde Park than Channelside or Ybor. If you think that this project wouldn't fly in Hyde Park, then it shouldn't fly in Tampa Heights. If this project is allowed to pass as is, there will be a pattern and precedent set, and there will be no going back from this particular vernacular. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to go over.
Did you wish to also? Okay.
Commissioners, Ricky Pederica with Dark Moss. I am the consulting arborist, but I'm also a neighbor, and if it obliges your commission and legal, I'd like to speak specifically as a stakeholder and not as the consultant.
Are you saying you're speaking as just a regular member of the public? Okay, that's.
As a regular neighbor. Thank you. Good evening again. Ricky Pederica, Dark Moss, 308 East 7th Avenue, approximately 300 feet from this site, 1 block or a half a block south, and a few blocks over.
We're not able to see if the visual can switch over to, actually, hold on.
Thank you. This is the subject property here, 409 East Oak. This is my property, 308 East 7th Avenue. This is 7th Avenue here, Oak there. This is the property we just heard, the Loci Capital. And this is 302 East 7th that was heard a few months ago, the 4-story Victorian, that I was present for, had concerns about fences, but otherwise welcomed this project. I feel that this project is a slightly smaller version of this, and was excited at the idea of this being developed directly adjacent to me, and I continue to be excited about this other property being developed. I feel that both are compatible with the combined goals of the guidelines and the proximity to downtown. This is the edge of the district, and I certainly prefer both developments over the vacant properties that they are now. And that's, I appreciate your consideration as a neighboring stakeholder. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any others? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that portion of the public hearing, and the commissioners will begin to ask questions, starting with Commissioner Brent Taylor, if you have one.
First question is for staff. Based on the current zoning, can you remind me how many units they can have?
I think they have a professional here to talk about the land use classification and then what the density can be brought into this.
Okay.
So he's better suited to address that issue.
I am, Ron, but thank you. Clayton Bricklemeyer, not planning on presenting. And I repeat the question. Let's do that.
I'm just trying to get an idea of how many units can be placed on the property as the current zoning.
I don't know, is my short answer. And I know Annie's here, and maybe she can help, but I actually don't know the answer. Do you know the answer, John? Yeah, I was going to say.
So,
Sorry.
I referenced it in the presentation. In the CN zoning district, if proposing per table 4-2.1 footnote 2, if memory serves. Footnote 17, 4-2.1 footnote 2 of the Tampa Land Development Code, particularly pertaining to a single-family attached use within the commercial neighborhood district. It defers you to the Tampa Comprehensive Plan for the maximum density, which we find is 75 dwelling units an acre. We have 0.37 acres, which equates to 27 dwelling units allowable by right with the existing zoning, and we're proposing 9.
Okay.
How many square feet are your units?
They range from 2150 to about 2250, depending on which unit type.
And they're all townhouses, correct?
Correct.
There seems to be a lot of concern about flooding. Do you have some sort of plan in place to clean out this area periodically, or is there any sort of plan in place for future use as this is getting used more and more and more?
Yeah, well, we are handling all of our stormwater retention on site, and I believe if future developments would use that same methodology, you would not find any added stormwater issues compared to what's already there. I know that there's a lot of impervious on some adjacent sites. We've added the additional underground storage of that stormwater detention vault as an extra measure to ensure that we do not negatively impact the sites adjacent to us, along with the pervious paver system, which is not necessarily calculated in any stormwater calcs, but it is an added benefit that we can percolate through that, what would otherwise be a impervious concrete.
Are these intended to be rental units or?
For sale.
Can we talk about the trees? Because that actually wasn't really talked about in your presentation. So do you have an existing site plan with the trees that currently exist? There's a number thrown out during the public comment period.
So the relevant trees that currently exist can be shown here. I'm going to let my professional, Ricky, speak to the trees.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ricky Pederica, Dark Moss, 308 7th Avenue. Let's see how quickly I can get through this. There are, both on-site and off-site, there's approximately 26 trees on the property. To aid in interpreting this graphic, the green dots mean that they're good trees. Brown dots mean that they're poor trees, and X's mean that they're being removed. The off-site trees that have been discussed were located here and here. And there's also two off-site trees on the south.
So you're taking out an off-site tree to the south, is that correct?
It's being discussed with staff currently. This tree here, how to negotiate the alley pavement width in order to preserve this tree. So this is the document that was submitted in September. It's still in flux, but likely this tree will be preserved.
And what species is that?
This is a camphor, which is a Category
Okay.
1 invasive species,
Okay.
but has specific protection under the city as a halfway tree.
And the other ones that are designated for removal, they're also camphors, it looks like?
Camphor, not removed, but camphor, not removed, but camphor, and not removed camphor, in terms of the large trees.
So in terms of caliper,
Yes.
how many inches are you removing from the site itself?
All trees or protected trees, because I cannot
Those
wait.
that you need to replace.
Good question. Yes, okay, let's get to that. Tree table. That we need to replace, we are removing 6 type 1s, 6 large and wide trees. I apologize if that's small, but I'm sorry, 6 large and wide trees, no tall and narrow trees, 1 small and wide tree, and 12 palms.
And then how many are you putting back into the project? I mean, I know we saw the landscape plan, but.
I'm only the arborist on that.
Oh, okay.
I can speak to that.
Okay.
And.
I can tell you what we do have planned. We have 6 type 1 trees in the right of way, and I believe 8 in total, type 2, in the buffer zone between the adjacent parcel on the west. Let me go there. Here we go.
Are you covering all your replacement requirements, or are you putting some in the tree bank?
Some in the tree bank. It's
So-
one of our waivers that's attached to this.
Okay, that's true. Is there like a percentage of what you are putting back into the site and what you're putting into the tree fund that you can tell us today?
Offhand, I'm not.
Yeah, I may be able to do that. So let's say of the type 1s, we're proposing 6, 17 are required. And the pink trees, let's see if you could pull up the landscape plan.
You're
instead of
confusing
There
the
we go.
media guys.
So the blue trees, the blue trees, we have 17 replacements required. Proposing 6, have a remainder of 11. The pink trees or magenta trees, we have a deficit of 1, offset by a proposed 8. The code allows a swap of, I think, 3 type 3 trees per 1 type 1, so they can kind of eat away at each other, but there's a, 50, 40% that are being planted back in lieu, or planted back on site.
So close to 50% back and 50% in the bank? That's your estimate right now?
Yes, based on, let's see, 11 and No, sorry, it would be lower. The palms are included in that, and that's additional 12. So maybe it's more 25 on site, 75 in the bank. But the ability to plant on site is slightly restricted by the preservation of the canopies of off-site trees. So where you can, on the southwest, where the off-site camphor is, it's sort of shown in the parking lot, it kind of is in the parking lot. That canopy extends almost all the way across to the southwest unit. So it's not my recommendation or the city's policy to vegetate that area further with replacement trees.
Right. I'm sorry. Commissioner Taylor, did you have another question?
What is the width of the alley that's abutting the garages there?
There's a 16-foot alley to the south.
16?
16. I'm sorry, that's a 15-foot platted alley. To the east is 16 foot.
I know, but I can't remember. Is it 16 and maybe?
Look like it says 16, but
Does it say the word?
15.
No, it says
There it is.
15. Okay. Can you actually push that down so we can see the top of the site plan, the northern side? Zoom in to the northern. That's good, just bring it over. I know. We'll get that capability someday after we're all gone. Okay, that's good, that's good. So at your closest point to the property line, what is that dimension? I don't see a dimension called out at the northern property line.
So we are proposing a 5-foot, this has been modified recently, a 5-foot front setback for the closest building envelope to the property line to the north.
So that would be the darker elements, the pochade walls.
It actually happens above on levels 2 and 3. We're 6 feet off the property line at grade for our enclosure. I might have a better section diagram that would illustrate that.
And the porch elements, they seem to have some type of base column condition. How close is that to the property line, the intended?
If you don't mind, I might pull up that relevant drawing.
Okay.
So moving left to right in condition A, we have a planter that's set 3'3" off of the property line. Condition B here with the porches, it's the base of that porch is at 1'3" off the property line with small plantings below. Again, the nearest enclosure element is at 6'3" off the property line. And at the door condition, 6'3" as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for the agent or other team members?
Not I have no more.
I don't have any questions.
Great, we'll go ahead and.
I do have one question.
Oh, wait, she has one more question.
If the units 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, and 9 were to face the south, how did that affect your waiver requests and overall design?
So I want to point out in the Tampa Heights Design Guidelines, page 49, speaking about what is permissible in terms of having the primary entrances face the street and not otherwise. It does say it is permissible to provide primary entrances on the street facade, which we've done. It also says it's not permissible to provide primary entrances on non-street facades if no primary entrance exists on street facades, which by a rule of a double negative of sorts, seems like it would be preferable to have that we do have primary entrances directly on Oak. We've situated the secondary entrances to be as much facing Oak as possible out of all the three elevations. That clearly is primarily facing Oak rather than turning its back on and facing an alley, which I think is probably, in my opinion, a bad design principle.
Good.
Excuse me, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Is there a pending, do you have a special use pending associated with this request?
We do not.
Can you pull the site plan back up?
Rendered or detailed?
That one right there is fine.
Okay.
Is there on-street parking allowed in this area?
There is. May I point out that we also have a 20-foot access for emergency vehicles allowed with our sidewalk and chamfered curb there. We've discussed with fire department.
From the alley, you mean?
From Oak
into your court.
into the alley so
drive.
that they can access the rear units, emergency vehicles.
Any other questions?
No.
I think we're done, and so you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. I would like to address some of the folks who have come up in here in opposition. I think some of the comments pertain to previous site plans that we've proposed. Specifically, and I don't have much time, so I'm gonna try to run through this quick. As far as one gentleman brought up the raised floor, as it's not consistent with Tampa Heights contributing structures. We do have a slight east to west to east slope, downward slope on the site. We're planning a finished floor above grade on the easternmost, as we look at this on the left, of 30 inches above grade, and we're at 20 inches above grade on the opposite side. So we're doing our best to accommodate the site slope, but also provide that elevated raised plinth for the porches and the front entries. We have incorporated roof slopes into the project, as you can see here on the elevations, to further recall some of the existing architecture and vernacular that exists in the neighborhood. The transportation has not brought up any concerns in terms of traffic impact with cars on the alley. 18 cars were brought up on the alley. I already stated about the emergency vehicle access is granted and approved. We've also touched on stormwater management. Talking about the scale of the building in reference to adjacent buildings, there's really not much to compare it to. There's relatively quite a bit of vacant land in this area. Hopefully that's not the case for long. I do want to recall the, let's see, 1929 Sanborn map. So this was referenced in Ron's presentation. We've done a takeoff as best we can with the blurry line work to do an analysis of what that building footprint on site was in 1929. It was roughly 8,500 square feet. What we're proposing is roughly 8,500 square feet in terms of site coverage. The other historical precedents that we've shown, I think, establishes the scale and the bulk and how that's pretty common in Tampa Heights to have larger multifamily buildings adjacent to single family and commercial uses. And then I'll close with our height proposal is 35 feet, which is under the commercial, at the limit. We're not asking for any waivers or increases in that allowable height. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we will close the public hearing and we will discuss the case. Any salient points we need to discuss?
I have no major complaint right now, but I do wish to bring up one particular point. Referenced before us was another double-barreled townhouse project that this board had approved some months ago. We have another one here, and at that previous one, I believed I made a point where this would be a dangerous precedent. I think we're going to see more of that here. It disturbs me a little bit that, you know, one of the major tenets that we have for this historic district is a street presence for all the units. And obviously with a double-barrel development, we don't have that, but we've permitted it already in this district.
Well, I think what's remarkable is that they dug up in the Sanborn record a precedent, and it distinctly showed that existed, and it was access off the alleys as well as off a main primary street.
I thought it was all primary street. I saw the townhouses.
I didn't think it was a primary. But he also showed some other precedent that existed to the northwest that had what essentially were row houses, and then behind it was a secondary lower structure, or smaller structure, but it was still multifamily.
So it exists. So
it does exist. I personally don't have issues with this project, and I know that we did approve the prior one in terms of its relationship to the site and to the frontage, and that the primary faces Oak. I think that's the right move. You don't want primary off an alley. That's not historically correct. What I do have issue with, and I know that, you know, if this moves forward, it comes back to us with the CA, but I have problems with the massing. And I know what renderings can give you and what they can't give you. And moving forward, I would say this project has to reconsider how it breaks the mass on Oak. How it breaks that down, because right now the roof lines read as one massive roof line. There's not enough, and that's something that we'd have to consider, but I do think that there's a massing issue that we'll have to contend with. And I do think that the discussion of the setbacks, especially along Oak, that's probably the most significant consideration for this rezoning here tonight.
And he references the 29 Sanborn map that we actually still have up here in front of us. The square footages may be the same, but the setbacks are very, very different. Great reminder. So the setbacks is what is the big difference.
Yeah.
And I recall that other project. For me personally, there must have been something very different, or I would have been against what was going on there as well.
I remember having a lot of discussion with that whole team about the setbacks, and they were very, in fact, I think they had to come back to us. I don't think we approved them the first time.
I think you're right.
I think they had to continue or something. And we had a lot of discussion about that, and they moved their building back from the primary to allow for more of that. And I think, you know, they've allowed for a notation of 5 feet that, you know, adjust all dimensional setbacks up to 5 feet. Is that 5 feet from their existing setbacks that they're showing on their plan now? I would suspect so, right?
I believe it is, yes. Because it's what they're bringing to city council.
And so if that's true, they've got 5 feet at the front, so that would enable pushing the envelope back to 10 feet. The primary building envelope to 10 feet.
And they're within their height restrictions, so that's really the only parameter we have is setback.
Well, we can request height if that's something that we have an issue with.
or greater variation in that
Right.
roof line.
I think just like the setback, that you could add in a condition that there's also an allowance to work with the ARC during the CA process within a range of 2, 3, 4, 5 feet elevation wise to allow some massaging of that massing. Just as the setback, we do this horizontally, we can do it vertically.
Point made. And that setback on the horizontal also works for not just the edge of building on street front, but also with respect to the ins and outs of this building as well too, so that we can have some greater depth
Well, I think
definition.
that's what the setback massage condition
Is really going
is
after.
allowing you to do.
Mhm.
Right.
I agree. I actually think that the overall setback is much more relevant in this project. I think it's just the mass of what we're seeing right up against the sidewalk. So I think that that's a lot of rhythm and breaking up massing as opposed to like a general setback issue.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, I mean, we got one that's street side, we got the other one that's
Alley side. The alley side setbacks are not as much of a concern to me.
They are in a sense that width is actually less than the street.
But there's no sidewalk on the alley.
There's not, but there's people, there's houses, there's more residences, I guess is.
Their only requirement is to allow a car to move in and out of those garages per transportation. And there is no historic precedent for sidewalks or for people passage. Historically, you just walk in the alley.
And historically, you don't have, well, you do have garages that face alleys, but.
Yeah, and historically, those garages are right on the property line.
Or over.
Or within it. Yeah, well, let's not talk about that because I have one of those.
But they're not 3 stories high.
Again,
Well, and
yeah.
that's a massing
Right.
thing that we need to talk about, but generally it being 3 feet high, I think is, in the context of this project, is much more mindful than other projects that we've seen come through
I
that we
agree.
did not find acceptable for the.
And remember, we're setting the starting line. So when we start the CA process, the discussion of the massing, that is their starting line. They can't go forward, they can always go.
I understand.
Okay.
Just voicing my concerns.
Fair enough.
All right. Any other points or?
None, not for me.
items? Okay. So we have the waivers for the units having the front entry and the courtyard, the internal drive court, and then the trust fund mitigation. And there are no issues with like an outstanding approval or anything, so there's no condition of approval.
I have a question about, there was a note on this presentation about the 5-foot allowance for us to, so he took this and he added it to the presentation?
Yes.
So do we also need to state that?
If you want more.
I think it's never a bad idea to reiterate a point.
Right.
If we want that condition to stand, even
Yes.
though they have it in the documentation, if we feel like it's something we want to be very clear that is understood as one of those conditions that absolutely must be ever present, not that they aren't all, it's never a bad point to reiterate it.
Okay.
And we can increase that number.
Yes, we can. Or you can make it specific to an aside.
I feel comfortable with the 5 feet. I think we also add 5 feet on the, but I don't know that we're necessarily requesting that we take the entire building down. at all. We just are looking
No,
at,
I
at
think-
the CA phase that there's
I
more
think
of a
just
breakup
like,
of massing.
just like the setback is set up to enable development of building elements.
We do
from
the
a
same
ver-
thing?
Yeah, so
Okay.
vertical, it's the same sort of thing, that to enable development of the building elements vertically.
Okay.
So we're talking about horizontal and vertical building elements.
Because he has room to move. You can do it in any one of a number of ways. You can either add to or subtract at the floor line.
Correct. So,
All right. Are you ready?
yes, well, I am. Are you ready? Because I cannot make a motion.
I think I am. Move to recommend City Council approve ARC 21-495 / REZ 21-82 for the property located at 409 East Oak Avenue from the proposed
Excuse me?
rezoning.
This is a recommendation for a rezoning.
Yes. For the proposed rezoning from CN to PD for the following, with the following conditions. That a note to the site plan is added that authorizes the ARC the ability to adjust the dimensional setbacks to up to 5 feet and the total building height up to 5 feet to enable the development of building elements that characterize the Tampa Heights Historic District, and that will facilitate the architectural review
Process, I think.
process. And that, as feasible, the off-site tree to the south be maintained. For the reasons that, and that, this one? And that elevations provided are not endorsed by means of this recommendation. Staff believes that significant changes to the architectural characteristics, what?
That's okay, keep going.
Of the design must occur for the architectural elements of the project to be determined compatible with the Tampa Heights design guidelines. The current elevations and renderings are for visioning purposes only, and final design parameters will be subject to the certificate of appropriateness review process. Thank you. For reasons that the orientation and site coverage, the entrances and porch projections, and that the alignment and rhythm are consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines.
I have a second.
I will second that motion.
All in favor, please say aye and indicate so by raising your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Motion passes 3-1. Thank you.
With nay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ricky.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Moving to our next case, which is ARC 21-334. This is for the address of 407 East Gladys Avenue. This is in the Tampa Heights Historic District. Currently, it's a vacant parcel. The zoning classification attached to this parcel is RS50. The request in front of you this evening is new construction. It's a primary structure with site improvements. There is no accessory structure attached to this request. Moving to the vicinity map. Property in question faces Gladys. To the west, you have Jefferson. To the east, you have Central. You have your primary street. There is no alleys associated with this, and it's a truncated lot that the dimensions will show up on the site plan through the presentation. This is showing the Sanborn map on the top. Once again, you have Central Avenue, you have Gladys, and you have Jefferson. This illustrates there was never an alley associated with this project. Property in question is in the green. There was some reference structures associated in the immediate vicinity. Through the presentation this evening, you'll see that there's two buildings of reference that you could get for elevation from grade and for front yard setbacks as a precedent for to establish on that street. This is looking from the aerial above. You see the canopies in the surrounding areas. This is the site. There was a house here. You see the plantings of the trees on the perimeter. There are no trees in question associated with the footprint of the structure. This is the abutting structure. It is a period structure. This is abutting to the east. You see how many risers it has, and then you see the front yard setback. These risers are not to code, so you have a couple more than what code requires. This is just looking at the side of that same structure. The property in question is right here. This is looking at the abutting structure to the west. It's also a vacant parcel. Just looking at that same parcel. This is across the street. You have a non-contributing duplex. And just a couple street shots looking down Gladys. This is to the west. And to conclude with the east. This time the agent can come forward and address the board.
Good evening.
Can you state whether or not you were sworn?
No, I haven't. I was going to say that now. I've been sworn in. I do. How you doing? I'm Rendell Randolph. My address is 4701 East Hannah Avenue, Tampa, Florida. Tonight, maybe not as prepared as those that came before me. This was a little bit overwhelming, but I do have some things to be able to add and to be able to share that this project might be feasible to the Tampa Heights district. As already stated, it's an empty lot currently, and we are proposing to put a single-story structure there, approximately 1742 square feet living. I'm not sure exactly how this goes, but this is the site plan, if we can see it.
I got you. So no, north is up. See the arrow.
All right. So north is up, as you can see the arrows Gladys Street. In doing so, just looking at the site plan in itself, it's meeting the criteria as far as the setbacks that are allowed in Tampa Heights. To your east, you'll see that it's a 7-foot setback or side set. And to the, I'm sorry, my phone died for me to be able to blow it up myself while sitting here. But we do meet the setbacks from the side and rear. We did the ribbon driveway, which is 3 feet, ribbon driveway, 3 feet, 3 feet, and 3 feet. It's 36 foot long, that adjacent to the side of the building to allow for 2-car spacing. There's no trees currently that will be affected by this particular structure being placed there, and so I believe that it's functional as far as this particular lot being only 55 foot wide and 85 foot deep. It was spoken earlier about the setbacks in the front. We're matching the setback to the neighbor on the east side, which is 9 feet. So it's 9 feet to the front of the porch. We have a 7-foot porch that also matches the structure next to it as well. It's a 7-foot porch. Rick also mentioned, our staff member also mentioned the riser heights or the risers. What we did is try to come as close as we possibly can to making sure that that elevation kind of matched what was next door, and to making sure, and that is the only house on that block that is historical. And so I do have a picture of how their steps look, if that's something that you'd like to see. And again, that's, I think they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 risers, and that in itself, and all of them being in different sizes, and when visiting the location, but nonetheless, it's a little higher than we could probably match, seeing that that's probably about 43 inches. The elevation in itself does match the historical colonial style home. Some of the things that were in question and before coming here is to make sure that we had a design that matched, and so we've added the corbels that were in question, and also as well as the brick veneer that we'll be placing on the columns and around the exterior of the home. All the hardy siding matches the design, also with cladded windows. That hardy siding, I think it's 7 1/4 siding, and we have 4-inch trim going around, matching it all around the exterior of the home. Another portion that was in question was the rear elevation, or the south elevation, in which we've added a band and also the shake siding to give it a different look and to not allow it to run all together at once. We're also showing open gables, which are 6-inch gable ends with an 8-inch fascia going across the front gable. Our foundation plan is consistent with a masonry. It's all concrete and masonry block construction, and again, we'll be using the veneer to show a brick look to be able to capture the essence of the Tampa Heights district during that time period. I think one of the questions that we needed to meet or address as well was the rear door, it being recessed in, still allows for it to meet the qualifications that have been asked for us. As you can see, the typical wall detail that you can find here, it does again match what's asked of us with the 24-inch overhang that is required. We are using a shingle as far as the roof, cladded windows, and again, a brick veneer that will be wrapped around, again, the base as well as the columns. When we look at the column detail in section through the porch, again, it shows a tapered column with 4-inch bands, matching again with hardy siding, a concrete base, and veneer again wrapping around a 24-inch column base. The porch in itself will have the 6-inch beadboard ceilings, and it'll be a concrete floor. And again, with the 2-foot overhang over the porch. And the column details expresses the same thing with the veneer siding, the tapered columns, the 4-inch bands, the 2 feet overhangs as well coming from the roof. I think, and that pretty much explains, again, we got a corbel design that you can find here that we're matching again. I think it's 16-inch corbels, again with the 24-inch to be able to be set back in the 2-foot overhang. Some of the things that were asked that we would be able to supply is some of the, kind of going backwards a little bit, some of the hardware. So this is the hardware as far as the lighting that we wanted to be able to place. And it was only expected to be at one area of this particular house, and that's in that side entrance near the entry door is the only area that we will have to show any kind of lighting hardware or fixture. Here's a picture again of what that ceiling detail would look like. The concrete base on the 24-inch columns here. The overhang or the curb of the front porch. In our entry modeling, similar to this particular house, as far as the stairs and the side planter. I'm hoping to be able to catch this particular brick facade. Here's a picture of the veneer that we'll be placing. There are the corners. And the face of the brick. There's a picture and design of the cladded windows that we'll install. Shake siding that's in the gables. And this should show smooth siding wrapped around the entire exterior of the home. One question was the gable ends. Again, 6-inch gable ends with a 24-inch overhang. I don't know if that's the best way to see that. I wasn't too sure on the reason why y'all needed to see a 2x6, but I just kind of brought that either way since it was on my notes. Nor was I sure why you wanted to see shingles, but that's how shingles look. So I believe that I've answered the different questions that were asked of me, and most being the materials that we're needing in my conditions. My plans have matched the drawings that would include a 1-inch to 10-foot scale, an elevation of 1/4 inch to 1-foot scale in those different sections. So I believe, that being stated, that I'm hopeful that I presented well enough to be able to get a yes without us being able to be held here any longer tonight. It's getting a little late. And I hope I didn't bore you or hold you too long with my black and whites. But that kind of concludes my presentation. Do you have any other questions?
Thank you, sir. You did very well.
All right, thank you.
We'll move on to the staff report.
Yep.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines. We reviewed the project on October 15th, and then this gentleman came into the office and we went through some of the details. So under conditions, he did show the one historic house that's on the same side of the street of his. The setback was expressed, and I have the pictures if you want to go back to that, and then the elevation from grade. He spoke upon the rafter tails. The interior tails will be 2x6, and the barge rafters will be 2x8s. The initial design was lacking some corbels. He just had the corbels on the center at the peak of the roof. He incorporated additional gables to be more period appropriate to the style house that he provided. He did wrap all the piers in the face brick that was presented and the foundation enclosure as well. The columns were lacking some details. That additional details were expressed this evening. The back elevation did not have any break from the foundation all the way to the ridge. He incorporated a band board and put some shake shingles in there to break the massing in the back to be consistent with the front elevation. The windows, there was a different variety of patterns of windows. This evening he presented a 1/1 window. And then the traditional list of items that we have, as you go through the wall section, he's provided all of those items as well. I just wanted to reiterate, there was no accessory structure associated with this. The depth of the lot, I believe, is 80 foot deep. With the dimension of the primary structure, there's no room for the accessory structure. So he showed the parking on the side that meets City of Tampa parking requirements, meets preservation's parking requirements on the side. I'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ron. Now is the public comment period, if there's anyone, which I don't think we have. So we'll go ahead and close that, and we will begin asking questions. Anyone want to start?
I have just a couple of questions. Your drive apron has got like a little kind of asymmetry going on. Is there any way for you to achieve a symmetrical apron at the end of your driveway where it meets the road?
Well, that's how the road runs.
Can you put your site plan up? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just put your site plan back up.
So it does show like a little crooked apron, but the road runs that way. So instead of the road coming straight, it kind of does something real funky right there.
All right, understood.
All right.
You are going to remove the sidewalk? Will you be replacing it?
I was hoping to look at that once we met with the city and planning, and one of the reasons being is that sidewalk doesn't meet the code where it would have the 2 feet between the sidewalk and the road. Because again, that road kind of dives in.
Does the sidewalk continue on either side?
No, it's a break in it. So all the way going to the west is none. There is a break of about maybe 100 feet, and then they have another section that has about 30 feet, and then there's none again.
So if you removed the portion of the sidewalk in front of the proposed property, it's not going to continue on either side?
No.
It's right now, it's just yours? Okay. In that case, you have steps that lead out of your front porch and then a little sidewalk in front of that. Where will that terminate?
At the property line.
Okay. Okay.
Sir, I have a question regarding the site plan as well, and please correct me if I am reading it improperly. I do not see an indication of any fence or gate work. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you put your front elevation up, please, sir? I still want to hand you my window. I know. I'm just perusing because there were a couple of things in my mind and I couldn't remember.
I thought you were saying it's a beautiful home and you wanted to.
It's a really good, comfortable little cottage that someone's gonna love. I do have a question for you. You had mentioned that the light fixture you showed was going in one location only. Can you point out on this elevation exactly where that light?
It'll be right beside this door here,
So how are you lighting the front porch?
with can lights.
Okay, all right.
While this is up, looks like you're showing 1/1s on everything, but this one back door looks more like a prairie style. As far as the grid pattern.
Well, just stay on that elevation where you were. It was perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you,
So you see how the, yeah.
Got a 9-9.
Yeah, I think that's just him putting some design in a glass door, but it's really just another simple glass door that actually going to be with a screen in it or whatever in it, but it's a solid glass.
So the intent's for everything to be one light or 1/1.
Pretty much that's the intent. I wasn't sure exactly what would actually pass in as far as the front door goes, so we intentionally just put it as a light. I'm not sure how he left the other one, but didn't know if it could be anything else outside of just a regular light door. But
That'll lead me into my next question then.
Okay.
Are you open to other design ideas regarding the amount of divided lights in the particular windows if there's any concern from the commission?
You mean from the front door?
Well, the windows as well.
Well, one of my reasons in the windows and choosing those is because of where we're at as far as being able to obtain windows.
I believe me, I understand.
I mean, you can pass this and then it'll be next year before I get windows in there. So the easiest way to go would have been the design that we had.
To keep it simple.
Right, to keep it simple.
I agree on, I know exactly why you're leaning this way. As a builder, I
So if you were to
completely
say,
understand.
am I willing, it's probably be no, a soft no, but.
You can
a
get
no.
these off the shelf, others you have to order, so I completely
Right.
understand, and that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Can you pull up one of your wall sections with the windows in it? Please, thank you. Can you just zoom into one of the windows through the section? I just want to kind of understand what's going on here. So you said you had clad windows here on your section. It says they're wood clad windows. That's correct. Both inside and out, they will be wood clad.
I think that's been misprinted. I'm not sure if it's a wood cladded window per se. I know it's a cladded window.
No, it's a wood core clad surface.
Right. Well, so if they're going to be clad, do you know the material that they're going to be clad with?
Honestly, I don't. I was just meeting, I met with one of the window people, which I don't have his name with me, that has designed or did a lot of work in windows for the Tampa Heights area, and he just said, "I got you."
Okay.
So I got you windows. So
I got you
whatever
windows.
that means.
Well, we'll cover that. in terms of the detail, what I'm most concerned about is the image that you showed as your example. The windows seem to be like flush with the wall. And in your section, it seems to me that the intent in the section is to set the window back so that it has some recess within the wall.
Our goal, and that could just be the design of my architect. As you can see, he doesn't have a real good 3D design.
Well, I think we all need to be clear about what your intent is. So are the windows?
I'm gonna show you exactly how my windows
Okay.
will look when it's finished. As soon as I find it. What the plan is. Right?
Can I ask a question to staff? Well, oh, never mind. You're there.
So can we zoom out? So that's your intent?
Yes.
So the windows are outboard of the wall. They stand outside the building envelope.
Yes, like that.
Would you reconsider that?
Yes.
So historically, that's not, and we're gonna, historically, windows are set in, and there's many reasons why, but one of the primary reasons is it keeps the rain and the water from going in more readily. It helps with your building envelope.
Okay.
And then additionally, what it does is it lends some play on the wall, so there's more depth and you get sun shadow. So, I'm glad you said yes.
Okay,
So while you have
so
that
it should
up-
just be recessed in like a normal window would
Well, just
normally
look
be
at your
in like
neighboring
that.
property.
Well,
It'll
that was my neighboring property. That's the reason why I got that picture.
Okay, that's not original.
While you had that up, I want to clarify, your plan looks to have a single hung or double hung window. This looks more like a casement.
No, I was just showing a kind of a cladded style more than it
You
was
are
the
planning
case
to
with it.
use single or double
Yes,
hung?
yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I have one more question.
Okay.
Would you also consider just looking at other lighting options that are more reflective of the bungalow style home that you've presented today?
Also, that light didn't, I call myself, I mean, that was my choice, but I just kind of typed in colonial style light, and that's the reason why I went with that one particular
A
light.
little less like swirly twirly probably.
I would agree. It has a lot of prettiness to it, but it's not appropriate for the cottage style that you're developing.
Perfect.
Which is a very comfortable cottage. I'm going to admit that. Okay. Any other questions?
I have none, thank you very much.
Nope. All right, so we're finished, and you have 5 minutes for a vote. Anything that you want to add to the record that we should consider for the project?
No, I'm just willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that we can move forward. And if changing that light is a hindrance, then I'm ready to change it. And also being able to set those windows exactly what it needs to be able to match that time period.
Great. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
And we will close the public hearing, and we will discuss the case. Anything?
I think he's ready to go.
I'm also ready to go, but it was a great project and good presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, I don't really.
Just a couple of minor updates that staff can handle.
I would agree, as long as we are very clear about what we're asking.
I agree with the, kind of referring back to staff with this one. There's only just a few bullet points. I think we can work through that and.
I do have a question for us. Do we have any issue with the door, that rear door being recessed into the house?
If it was a side elevation, I'd be more concerned about it. Only because there's no fencing and it's a public view. You know, because traditionally you're gonna see a service door that is in the wall, and then there's a stoop, and then there's a projecting porch. I mean, we can ask for that to be reconsidered. Even on
Just address
rear
the
elevations, you see that, but we can add that in if we all feel strongly about it. Mr. Historian?
All it really needs is a rain trip for the head for practical purposes. I mean, it would definitely last longer, regardless of what it's made out of, if it had a nice, shed roof over it of
Well,
some
he
sort.
has the rear door on the rear elevation recessed. It's not even flush with the wall. It's recessed. It's inset like 3 feet.
Then I don't think it's really that much of a problem.
I just put
Reconsider.
Yeah,
Okay.
I really think it's a simple plan, and simple's better in this case.
I agree.
Great.
We have a motion.
I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing, ARC 21-334, for the property located at 407 East Gladys Avenue, with the following conditions. That light fixtures are considered and approved by staff. Hardware selections are approved by staff. All door and window selections are approved by staff, and windows are to be recessed as reflected on the sections presented today. And consideration is given to aligning the rear door with the rear elevation. Because based upon the finding of fact, the project is consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines in the scale, massing, setbacks, orientation, alignment, and trim details.
I have a second.
I will second that motion.
All in favor, please state aye and raise your hand indicating so.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations. Don't be afraid of the big ones.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila. I'm staff with Historic Preservation. This is the final case this evening, which is ARC 21-501 for the address of 2802 North Central Court. This is also in Tampa Heights Historic District. There is a non-contributing structure that was constructed and finished, I believe, in 2021. This new construction was reviewed and approved by this board, and you're going to see a product of your fruits now. It's a very nice construction. The zoning is RS50. You're going to look at a kind of glorified shed this evening. It's about 300 square foot. The request is for an accessory structure with site improvements. As I stated, you have past action on page 3 that illustrates the new construction for the primary house. Going through the photo presentation, property in question, in 1929, it was a vacant parcel with an accessory structure. That's about the location of the accessory structure that's being presented today. Central Court is just a little hyphen of a street. It comes from Central, you go down Gladys. The house that we just looked at, the location was right here. So it's in close proximity. And then, as I stated, Central Court is a dead-end street. Looking from above, there is no service of an alley to Central Court. Everything's off the primary street. Central, then Gladys, and then you head north down Central Court. This is the primary house. As it was shown, sometimes the construction doesn't come off, but you see the level of detail and craftsmanship at the house. Just some of the different elevations. You see the detailed shingles on the upper level, on some of the detail ends, and the exposed rafter tails, corner boards, and the horizontal siding. This is the duplex that I showed on the earlier case. This is just a different perspective of it. This is to the south of the subject site. This is just going back to the primary structure. It does have a porte-cochere, has the knee brackets, gable vent. This is looking at the porte-cochere from the street, internally, and just a shot of the backyard. As you look through the porte-cochere, the accessory structure will die right behind the porte-cochere, so there's a clear connection through the porte cochere to the accessory structure. At this time, the owner and the agent will address the board.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dave Seal, the owner and obviously the presenting agent. I apologize if my presentation doesn't seem professional. It's because I am not professional at this at all. So I'm learning this as I go. Thank you for approving the primary structure back when. We are enjoying the house greatly. We would enjoy it even a little more if we can add a little shed so we can keep all my wife's new woodworking tools inside. Yeah, pandemic hobby. Okay, so here's the site plan, existing structure here. We already have the porte cochere here and this existing driveway pad. We would basically be extending the driveway here and then building a one-story garage / shed there, 16 by 20. It's 20 foot in the east-west direction, 16 foot in the north-south direction. So as he said, it would basically just be continuous from the street all the way through there. This is a front elevation, which is the east facing. So this would be the entrance here. You can see the details, the siding, which would match the house, cement board hardy siding, painted the same color as the primary structure. 10 by 7 garage door, 3.5 inch trim all around, and a square vent at the underneath the top of the gable there. And this is the north elevation. Pretty, like I said, not too much to it. We do have the one vertical window there, the same siding, the same trim work to extend on this side here. This is the rear of the building, the west elevation. No windows on this side as it's facing the back of our property, facing a fence. We do have the same square vent at the top of it there. And the final elevation, this is the south elevation, which would be facing in towards our backyard. We do have the same size window here, and I don't know what you call it, man door there. It's a regular size door, and the same trim. Oh, one thing I did forget to point out in my original, the X here is where I plan on mounting a fixture, which I will show you the detail on that. A light fixture, and then on my first elevation, forgot to point that out. On the first elevation, the same fixture, one on each side of the garage door there. This is just a little cross section and the window trim detail. So it has 3.5 inch trim all around. It's a vinyl unit, single hung. I have more details on it if necessary. The wall section here, as you can see, the details there. This is just a little something I printed out showing what the trim and the fascia will be made out of. It's a, it can be either a cedar or a smooth finish. I'm open to any suggestions on that, but it's also a synthetic wood, non-wood basically material. The garage door that I was planning, I'm sourcing from a third party. The brand is Amar. Out just a little here. It's a recessed style metal door with kind of traditional looking hardware attached on the front there. And as I said, it's 10 foot wide, 7 foot tall. This was the planned for the side man door there. Again, I'm open to different things, but I kind of preferred this over a solid door or over a full glass door. I thought this was kind of a nice compromise here. The door is fiberglass. Here's a little more detail on the window, 36 by 36 inch vinyl hung, and the brand is American Craftsman 50 series. The light fixtures I was planning, again, open suggestion, but this is just one that my wife and I liked, mostly my wife, which means it's the one I'm probably going to pick. But 3 of those, so 2 in the front and 1 next to the man door on the south elevation there. And then just the shingle roof, Timberline HTZ, Class A fiberglass asphalt shingles. It's a, I don't know what else to tell you more about that, but. And then otherwise, I just have some pictures of the existing house. You saw on the staff report there, basically what it looks like. That pretty much concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the staff report.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Vila. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines with the following conditions. I'd like for him to elaborate on the pitch of the roof to show the consistency with the primary structure. He did reference the doors, the windows, and the siding. I think there should be a parallel connection to the primary house. So those outstanding items should match the new construction that was just built. Having said that, that concludes my portion, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ron. We'll move on to the public comment period. Seeing no one, we'll move on. We'll close that portion of the public hearing, and commissioners will ask the questions if we have any.
Could you go ahead and elaborate on the pitch of the roof in relation
Sure.
to the primary structure?
So I'm using Tough Shed as my third-party manufacturer. Their standard roof pitch is 512. My house actually has two pitches, has a 612 and a 412 pitch. So 512 was their standard. I kind of went with that, seeing as how it kind of fell in between the two. It was a significant cost upgrade even to upgrade to the 612 roof, which would be in the difference of 8 inches and 4 degrees on the pitch. So that it is a 512 on the accessory building, and a 612 and a 412 on the main building.
I don't have any other questions.
Will the windows and the door match what is existing on the primary?
The window, well, we have quite a few. I actually just had someone out to quote us for shades today. We have a lot of different sizes of windows, so it matches some. As far as the materials, is that what you're referring to?
It's the system and the look. So profile in the wall and how it looks in terms of the detailing of the trim, will that be consistent with the primary structure?
That'll match with the primary, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in terms of the man door, do you currently have doors like that? Not that it's half light, but that it has muntins on it like that? Because it doesn't seem like from the images that I have that there are any doors like that on your primary structure.
Not sound uneducated, but what do muttons refer to?
The divided glass.
If you see the lines on the...
All the windows in my house, and I probably know the picture, are the full glass,
Yeah.
which I didn't really want in my garage per se.
Could
If that's what it takes, I'm okay with that, but I just prefer the look of the divided glass on the top.
Would you consider like that half height window, but without the extra lines in the middle?
Fine by me.
Okay.
If I'd have to check with them to make sure that they provide those. I would assume they do.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they're typically just applied.
Okay.
So you just say don't apply.
Absolutely. Not in love with those.
And then in terms of hardware, I saw the hardware for the door on the door image, the garage door on the garage door image, but what's the hardware for the door itself, the man door?
Oh, for the man door, I don't actually have a picture of that. Just to match the house. The house we have, I guess you call it like an oil rub bronze finish on most of the hardware.
We're more concerned with the style. We don't get into color.
Okay, it would just, it would match the main structure.
Okay.
Looking at the primary structure, you said you've got a 6 and a 4?
A 6 and a 4 on the main structure, yes,
So
sir.
the 6 is on the main gable?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up. It's, not that this helps, but yeah, the main structure is a 6 with kind of a flare down to a 4.
The 4 is the flare, okay.
Yeah, like I said, I considered that. It was a pretty significant cost upgrade for very little gain, basically, is what it came down to.
I have a question, sir, respecting your driveway. That is not going to be any different in terms of its width or materiality than what you have right now, which I believe is a plain concrete surface?
We have ribbon up to the porte cochere, and then it's a pad, a solid slab, and then that solid slab would continue all the way to the back, would be the same material.
So it'll be a solid slab, so it's not gonna be a ribbon to the back, it's gonna be a solid
No,
slab?
sir, because we don't, it would be, basically we'd be going from, I can show you on here. So we have the ribbon here. Ribbon, then under the porte cochere, it's solid here. And so we would be going back to ribbon there, kind of seemed kind of productive to me. And it would be more functional for us to have the full.
Okay.
Any other questions?
None, thank you.
Okay. I believe we're good then, and then you have 5 minutes for rebuttal. Anything that you want to add to the record that we should consider?
No, thank you for sticking around 4 hours. And,
Same to you.
And like I said, thank you for going easy on me. I know I'm not professional. I'm just learning this as I go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we'll close the public hearing and we'll discuss the case.
It's the shed in the backyard where all sorts of stuff happens. I think it's a fine diminutive addition to the main structure, which I must add one particular item. I have to congratulate you on the boldness of the color choice for your home.
I love it.
It's great.
It's fresh.
A lot of nights spent trying.
It's fresh.
Yeah.
In terms of the roof slope, it being an accessory structure, historically, accessory structures don't always have the same roof
Correct.
slope as the primary.
And it's so,
Didn't
yeah, so modest.
I'm not sure you're gonna be able to see it from the road.
Yep.
I mean,
Maybe you're a train guy a little bit. You know.
possibly.
We'll never be able to see it.
So, anyone entertaining a motion?
I move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented in this public hearing, ARC 21-501, for the property located at 2802 North Central Court, with the following conditions: that the hardware is to match the primary structure, that the trim and siding specifications match the primary structure, and that the side door is to be a single glass
Half
pane.
glass.
Yeah, half glass.
Half light, no muttons.
Half light, no muttons. Because, based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Tampa Heights design guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons: that the scale, height, and width, massing, and building form, trim, and details are consistent with the guidelines.
Do you have a second?
I will second that motion.
All in favor, please state aye and raise your hand indicating so. Aye.
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 Motion passes. Congratulations. We are done. Thank you all. Thank you guys.
I know she should have come by highway or either come by rail, but she got my head in my hand, wonder what caused her to fail. For what? I don't know. Man, I just don't know.